Being local Ashanti boy, growing up, my mother would tell me, don't ever get close to the water. You don't belong there. So I've always shied away from the ocean until I just went to the U.S. and I was pushed into it. And coming now to run,
Cosmos' business here, and as Theo said, going offshore and seeing the marvel of what we have out there, it's quite mind-boggling. And also stepping back and realizing that we are really surrounded by
ocean wherever we go. And it's about time we really stepped up and figure out how well we can really treat the ocean the right way to serve us right. We are passing through, and we want to make sure that we prepare the place, a better place for the next generation to follow. And if we just sit still and not do anything about what's happening to the ocean today, I don't think future generations will, excuse us for that. So
that sums everything up. I have two menses today, so I'll do Dr. Abrampa instead of Dr. Mensa Abrampa. Well, I'm sure you would want to share your brief experience when it comes to the ocean.
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. I spent, I think, my childhood, 15 years of that, living at the coastal areas. My father was a teacher, extreme western part of the country at Kekam. And in those days, the road was so rough that if you're waiting for a car to take you to the Ankobra River, where you had to cross with a pontoon to the other side of the world, you virtually stand waiting for 3 hours. So myself and my cousin, who was a bit older than me, we used to walk along the coast from Kekam through Asanda, Bobrama, all the way to the coast, and that's about 5 kilometers. And we enjoyed that so much, walking in the sand, sometimes running, chasing birds and doing that. So I spent quite a lot of time there. I was also fortunate when I went to secondary school at Second D, and I did a lot of work to a new Takoradi. What I've done for the past 5 years is to go back and look at those places. Kekam, some 30 years after, Second D, and particularly in New Takoradi, where I did a research there on the coping strategies of fishermen in response to poverty. And you could see that within this space of time, there's a huge change. Huge change, what I call deforming the coastal line, bringing in other human activities, which has reduced all the natural aspects of these coastal areas. And I think that came to me when I also started working, particularly in urban areas and coastal areas. And I saw the human activity virtually going on, deforming these coastal areas, and then also changing the livelihood sources, which was based on the natural environment more to the artificial environment, and therefore the coastal human relationship reducing over time. Okay. Thank you.
I'm sure Mr. Fiatu is always on the high seas since you're dealing with maritime issues. You briefly want to share yours?
You're not wrong. Thank you very much, and good morning to all of us. I think, like you said, I can describe myself as a fisherman because I was born in Kita, and I've been on fishing expeditions with my colleagues and other senior members. So I've had a very close relationship with the sea. Unfortunately, my recent relationship has to do with the devastation that has been occurring, especially at Kita and other parts of the country, where tidal waves are destroying our coasts. And so I am excited that in Ghana we are beginning to have the platform to discuss the oceans and the effects that climate change is having on it and the negative impacts on our society and communities. I'm very excited to be here, and I think that I should be commending the SDG unit for this great initiative, and we shall have the discussions. Thank you.
But I was hoping to hear any of you talk about your cruise moment. It doesn't look like any of you had any cruise at any point. Oh, okay. But Mr. Fiatui, since you've had a close encounter with the sea, I'm sure many of you have heard people say that the sea speaks. Does it? What has it been saying? Have you heard the sea speak? Has it said anything?
Yeah, I think it does. That is cultural to some extent. That is why mostly when you are engaging in policy, they say that you should talk to the indigenous people because they have had some cultural relationship with the sea. When they go on sea, there are certain things that they observe, and in their own way, they are able to communicate. You and I may not understand. Maybe I do to some extent. Okay. It does, because like the human body, we say is made of 70% water. The ocean is 70%. So what our body communicates much is the liquid that is in it. And so the ocean communicates to those who understand it. Okay. Yes.
Well, we'll talk about the health of the ocean as part of our discussion as well. But Dr. Abrampa, you do a lot of policy planning. He mentioned policy. That's the reason why I'm coming to you in terms of collaboration. Are there any success stories in terms of partnerships, collaborations, let's say between governments, indigenous people, those who really will make things work? Really, do we have these success stories when it comes to blue economy and in terms of, collaborations?
Yes, this is very, very important, and that is something I eat every day, because the focus of my work is to make sure that we're able to pull together all these energies. Because we know that in our work and in development, there are components, and the ability to harness the opportunities and energies of each component and bring them together to work as a system really brings the success. We've had so many things, and if I look at it in practical terms in our country, developing a policy means that it has to evolve from some real practical actions from the ground, which means that sitting at the top and developing a policy over there might take you from quite far away from the source of the action. And therefore, I always call it the cross collaboration, making sure that you take it from the community, link it to the district, the region, all the way to the national level. And then at the national level, and that is very important, going through the vertical system often is easier because it goes with authority and rules and others. But where we need to collaborate horizontally among the institutions, that is where the challenge is. Because we are looking at the blue economy, there is no one sector, and let me describe it, to a ministry or agency that can tackle that issue. No. And therefore, we need to work across. It has to do with sanitation. It has to do with fishing. It needs agriculture. It needs water and sanitation. It requires something that has to do with industry. It has to do with energy. So if you look at the span, it means that there is no one sector that can deal with it. And from where I sit, we need to bring all these institutions together to be able to work it out. And therefore, I always look at it this way. The policy, the plan, must be very, very inclusive. It should be integrated, interdisciplinary, and it should be such that it is convincing. Yeah. Again, you should also have defined targets and buoys that you can use to measure. And there's always a tendency in Ghana, I call it the verbose plans. It becomes verbose when you don't plan with resource in mind. And therefore, the financing is very important. Other than that, at the end of the day, you will not be able to implement. So these are things that I look at. And I think that it's also key for the blue economy. We heard yesterday a lot about plans. And I heard 3 major ministries. I was asking myself, where is Ministry of Energy in this? Where is Ministry of Communication? Because we have all these fiber optics and other things going through the sea. Where are they? I was asking myself, where is Ministry of Agriculture? That is using all these chemicals. Eventually, they end up in the sea. So I was asking myself a lot of questions while sitting here. Why these 4 ministries? And I asked myself, where is National Development Planning Commission
Exactly.
in this whole
Come to
process? So I think that we must go beyond components. We must think through systems and how they are connected to be able to deal with the issue of the blue economy. There are experiences. We're doing this for the water sector currently, and it's yielding results. We've gone through a situation where we brought in strongly the private sector to take up this role in water sanitation and hygiene. We've gone through a process where we are also strongly bringing in the private sector to work in the area of energy. And these are all things that we have existing examples which we can use for the case of the blue economy.
I'm glad you mentioned private sector, and I'm sure Theo and Joe will help us in that regard, because yesterday I was wondering, it appears that the plans are made, yet private sector is always left out. The plans are made at the policy level. We have ministries, agencies, departments putting these plans together without collaborating with private sector per se. Have we had that kind of collaboration, you would say? Because they would say that it always happens, but maybe on our blind side. So share with us, does that happen? Maybe Joe can start with that.
It is very true that we have not been, engaged, involved. But I'll take us way back in 2014, when Cosmos first, came in here doing work. There was a lot of collaboration between Cosmos and the Ministry of Fisheries and then EPA. When the Western region, said there was impact to the, fishing business in the area. We conducted a study and then really got experts involved to really collect enough data to get some insights as to what is actually happening, and it was presented to the whole public. When I went back to take a look at all of that, and I'm saying to myself, since then, I haven't seen any more work. But Cosmos as a company, we've done serious work in Sao Tome, Suriname, and we are doing Mauritania and Senegal today, serious collaborations with these countries in terms of what's happening into in the blue economy and the impact of the business that we have in those places. That is something that, as I sat here yesterday listening to, and that's what Prof was just talking about, it was conspicuously missing, that we don't have the linkages to do that. We're talking about issues, problems, and all of that. And when I first came out of school as a chemical engineer, my first job was environmental engineering, building treatment facilities in the US. I will surmise to say that I don't know how many treatment facilities we have here in this country. And yet about 85% of our wastewater goes into the ocean today without treatment, which is just not good. But if there's serious collaboration between government and industry, these are issues that could be tackled head on, and it will make it serious, positive impact in what we're trying to accomplish. So collaboration is important, and I really feel very strongly that we shouldn't just talk anymore. We should act with serious plans.
Your experience in Sao Tome, as against what you experienced in Ghana, is there a vast difference?
Well, because Sao Tome, we were getting in there as a new business, and it's an island, sitting, water all around them, and therefore every little impact, negative impact, will have some ramifications. So Cosmos being, very serious about the environment, safety, and all of that, we took it on ourselves to engage them. And then they were very receptive with open arms. And of course, we funded every, aspect of the activity that would go to make sure that, the ocean and everything really gets respected, handled well, make sure we have policies in place to prevent oil spill, and if indeed it happens, what we'll do about it. We put all these structures in place to make sure that our things will go well. And I think we could do similar things here.
Okay. Theo, how about you, partnerships, such that we don't end up planning and it stays on the shelves?
Well, I believe that what we are having today is a good beginning, okay? As has been said many times, the ocean is about 70% of the landmass of the world. So you can think about virtually every ministry and its impact are there. So everywhere in the world, you have what we're experiencing here. I mean, you talk about the ocean in Gulf of Mexico and whatever, and everything you can think about. You talked about the fiber optic cables. I mean, that's communication, agriculture, and everything. So this is an opportunity for us to see how we could link them. We wouldn't be able to have one ministry that does this. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. But I think knowing, and I was pleased when I had the SDG team visit me in my office. We had a fantastic conversation. And at any given time when there is a conversation about the blue economy, you see aspects that you haven't thought about, and they come in all the time. The thing is for us to be able to take stock of how, as a country, we are already interacting with the nation, with the ocean, what regulations are in place, what are our comparative advantages, how we can impact strongly our economy through the ocean, and most importantly, protect the oceans. Because if you think about the impact, for example, of the Gulf of Mexico spill, I don't think the world ever thought about how the Bacando incident would have impacted the world. It changed the whole world. So really, this, sits very broadly on collaboration. I think what the team has started is fantastic. Every now and then you see a new entity whose inclusion will make the whole effort worthwhile. And so I think it's a good beginning, and we must build and move forward.
We're getting into the effective partnerships, and we'll get into the benefits and the solutions shortly. But CSOs also, it appears that you have a role, but from what we're hearing, it appears we all wait for governments to approach before that partnership can be effective. As CSOs, also from where you stand, are you also making any moves to ensure that this partnership is effective, or we want to wait, government plans, then we start criticizing?
No, I think as CSOs, our job really is about research and advocacy. And out of this, we propose policies. So, of course, we are very much involved in policy suggestions to government. In fact, 3 years ago, our center was advocating for government to come up with an integrated ocean partnership or policy. And for us, the decision of the SDG to come up with a committee to draft the Sustainable Ocean Plan is a response to that call. So CSOs are working, advocacy gets results. When things like this happen, government listens, state agencies listen, ministries engage the civil society organizations, and then we get the actual result that we need to get. This SOP is coming on board to tackle all the challenges that we are talking about, and eventually will benefit from the gift of the oceans.
Okay. This SOP and the technical group that you've been working on so far, what would you say are some of the key highlights of the things that you've discovered that we need to bring to the fore?
The work started not long ago. I think from next week we are hitting the ground. We are moving from one coast area to the other to engage the communities. So the discussion is going to start from there, really. Yeah, that is where we are now.
Are the local communities, you say, involved in this, in our drive for this blue economy? Or we are just doing it and leaving them out of it and impose on them?
No, that is why we are going to engage them. We want to involve them in the decision making. They are the ones who understand the ocean better than those of us in Accra or even in policy. So they are going to be an integral part of the plan. Whatever they suggest, whatever they think, what they know is what we are going to do to make sure that the right decisions are taken.
Okay. Dr. Bampa, at least you do a lot of this planning. You know the local government system as we speak. We've seen what we did with the green economy, such that now we're having a lot of communities rebelling, and reason why fighting illegal mining has been very difficult. Reason I'm coming to this issue about effective partnerships. We've talked about partnership with private sector, partnership with CSOs. How about the local communities themselves? Are these partnerships effective?
That is very important. I'm sure it started from when my colleague spoke about the role of the primary users of some of these resources, including the sea. I remember in Western region and in Central region and in many other regions, the fishermen have their own means of managing some of these resources, and they have particular terms that they use. For instance, their seasons within the year is not the same as ours. They measure their seasons by the behavior of the fish. So for the bounty season where they can do effective fishing without taking up the fingerlings, they call it Maura, for instance. And so that is the season they do intensive fishing, and they know the particular area that they have to do their fishing. If you come closer to where the lagoon enters the sea, that period, there are a lot of sanctions that will go against you as a fisherman. So they do all these things in their own experience and observation, and sometimes they add a bit of, taboos around them.
Including not fishing on Tuesdays.
Exactly, not fishing on Tuesdays, and then a particular net you cannot use in a particular season. And then sometimes they have their own means of, scoping within the time that it is a lean season for fishing. They do other things. They mend their nets, they do boat carving. Sometimes they go, that is the time they also do their own mending of their houses, and all these are part of their lives. So they have their own community regimes, and very often they have their traditional systems which also control that. So in planning, we take advantage of this. We begin from what exists in these communities, and out of that we're able to shape it. There is something that we're doing now on industrial activities, particularly between Nyanyano and Winneba. There's an intention to set up an industrial development center there. And you'll be surprised to know that one fisherman just told her, look, it takes about 39 minutes on the sea from Winneba to Tema. So how did you know that? So, well, we know how our boat rides, and we know how a fast boat could do. Wow. And moving by road from Winneba to Tema can take you 3 hours. And in those 39 minutes, you can make that distance using the sea. So it's a huge advantage now. It's so convincing for the private sector to use this place as an industrial development center. It became our biggest argument when we engaged the private sector, that using the sea as a means of transport between Winneba and industrial site and Tema could reduce their transportation costs about a third and even more. So these are some of the things that we do. We go with the community information, use that to really do the planning, and then involve them continuously. We also use them for what we call iterative check. Go back to them from time to time, and they will give you the information because they have stayed there. So in their course of their life, what has changed? What are the new things? What are the negatives? What are the positives? So these are things we do regularly when it comes to environmental management. And there are areas which we're using that to bring it back to them. If you go to some of these mining areas, we document some of these changes and then play it back to them. Those that are engaged in legal activities, those that are engaged in illegal activities. And then you compare the two. When it becomes vivid and visible to them, you realize that immediately they begin to change. When they realize that this will affect them negatively in their lifetime, they begin to change. But when you leave it like that and you don't bring it back to them and you don't get the feedback from them, then it becomes difficult to really bring about this change for effectiveness. So it's very key that we begin a conversation with the primary user, the fishermen, the processors, and people who are using the sea, those who are making the salt. All these are part of it. If you want to stop them, let's say, from this sand mining, it's one of the biggest things. Let them know that you can't do the sand winning and continue with your salt production. You can't do the sand winning and continue with your fishing. And these are things that we need to engage the primary users. But we need to invest in them. We need to enhance their opportunities so that it doesn't become like we're taking advantage of them. Very, very important.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, the issue about technology, the use of technology, new innovation, research, is also one area that I would want us to explore quickly. Then we can get into some of the benefits. Really, the C, I would say, has been good to both of you because that's where you do most of your business. But let's talk about, you mentioned the issue about GPS and how it's been good. We've heard Dr. Abrampa talk about how they can just measure. Most of them don't even use the GPS, but they're able to do the things they do. Are we maximizing the use of research, technology, innovation in our dealings when it comes to the blue economy?
Well, very much so, but permit me to add a point to the comment my colleague made about collaboration. I think that's really, really very important because the users of the ocean are many. And there is a tendency for some of the users to see the new entrants as threats to them. And as he said, the dialoguing, trying to get involved, all the other stakeholders before you get in there is really very important. Now, I recall during the early days of Ghana's oil discovery, 2007, in my days in GNPC, where we had the task of doing community education with the fishermen to let them understand that there is a new entrant into the oil industry in the ocean, and yet we're not going to be a threat to them. The oil industry was suddenly responsible for all the problems that existed, and it was very difficult to convince them. For example, suddenly fishermen claimed they didn't have good fish catch because of the oil industry. And we had to do a lot of campaign explaining to them, for example, that in Norway, the fishing industry is over $10 billion a year. They have over, several tens of offshore facilities out there, and yet producing over 2 million barrels of oil, and they are coexisting effectively. For example, if you're very familiar with what is called the seaweed, we started experiencing seaweed in Ghana, and suddenly the oil industry was responsible. We had to do some research with one of our partners, Lukoil, and with an independent research institution to demonstrate to them that this had really nothing to do with the oil industry. And this had happened in areas in Sierra Leone and other places where there was no oil production, and yet there was seaweed. And this had to be done respectfully, for them to be able to appreciate that, look, we can work together in it. So collaboration is also important. And one dangerous thing, for example, that we had to deal with was the fact that suddenly the canoe fishermen who typically wouldn't, for example, go to, say, 65 kilometers offshore, suddenly felt that that was the place where all the fishes were. And the dangerous thing is that they came on there with their stoves and everything, basically naked fire. And remember that a typical FPSO would have a tank with over 1 million barrels of oil at the base. And this is very light oil. So you can imagine what these fires, it was a whole endeavor for us to be able to let them understand that we can coexist, but we have to do this in a way that doesn't endanger anybody's life. But the partnership went well, and today.
How long did it take for that conference?
Oh, a few years. But eventually we both understood how to work with them. And it's been a wonderful collaboration. For example, we evolved a new role, which we call the fishing liaison, where we went to the various villages and spoke to the fishermen, trained them, and recruited some of them to work on our chase vessels, because we realized that they had a wealth of knowledge that we did not understand. They could see a buoy in the middle of the sea and tell you, okay, this would be towing a net which is 2.5 kilometers, and it is drifting to the east. So when you see this way, all your vessels must go the other way.
Without any technology.
Without any technology. And there was no way with all our science we could know this. And it became a very important part of our business. And we brought them on board anytime we're acquiring seismic data. We, for example, wouldn't do any data acquisition in August where they have their bumper catch, because everybody wanted to go to sea. And if we tried one time, and it was a disaster. So there's a lot of knowledge out there if you collaborate with the users of that environment and with civil society as well. I must say, we had to deal with a lot of challenges because the civil society organization might mean well, but if they do not have the information, they might rather make the work of the local communities difficult because they might be thinking they want to protect them by, but if it's not based on knowledge that says that, look, this oil production has nothing, for example, to do with seaweed, and therefore don't communicate that to them, it would be a problem. So each and every stakeholder brought a lot of value to what we do, and so this collaboration is such an important thing. And the military has been wonderful in terms of activities offshore. I mean, they bring a lot of stability in the area because in some cases, the absence of a naval chase vessel in the area creates a lot of issues for us. So yes, a lot of benefits from that standpoint.
I'll come to Mr. Mensah on this because there's the issue also about research and innovation that I want us to talk about. But CSOs have been mentioned. And anytime a CSO is mentioned, you need to go to CSO. Otherwise, advocacy will begin shortly. So we've had Theo on this, and the issue about sometimes we tend to want to protect the community, but in our advocacy and the things and the criticism and the issues we raise, we tend to hurt them instead because most of the time we do not know what they need. But we think this is what they need.
Okay, I think, thank you very much. It has to do with proper understanding of the issues and community engagement. What some CSOs do, which creates the problem, is that they don't undertake research to be able to come up with some of the advocacies they carry out. So I believe that if you want to be an effective CSO, and to succeed, you need to undertake research, understand the issues properly before you can make inputs on it. Without research and findings, it's difficult to make any objective analysis and proposals. So I think I agree very much with the senior man.
Okay. I must say we are live on all our social media platforms, and we'll make this as interactive as possible. So in the audience, if there are any questions, I'm sure you've noted a number of questions that we can also put to our panelists for you to be part of this particular engagement. I'll come to your questions shortly, but I'll take the issue about partnerships also. We'll close the chapter on partnerships, and I'm sure Mr. Mensah has some kind of experience also to share when it comes to partnerships. We've talked about partnership with government. Now we're talking partnerships with local communities as well.
Well, I think what I will actually say on top of what Theo mentioned, because those studies and research stuff, Cosmos as a company was in the middle of that. And that's the same thing we do in Sao Tome, and we did that in Suriname. What is the missing link I see in all of this is that we have to actually employ innovation to help us get to the next level. Technology, it's one of the few things in the world today that's getting cheap over time. And as such, we need to embrace it. Having spent decades at IBM and then coming into this space here, I don't know how many of you here know about the Cosmos Innovation Center, whereby we inject innovation into the space of agriculture. Yeah. This has really transformed our agriculture in this country, and it's going to continue on. Everything that's happening in this space here, who is collecting the data, and how are we mining the data to get insights to get us to the next level? That is something that's conspicuously missing. So when we collaborate and we collect the data and then we use data to really make informed decisions, we will always be able to get ahead of the game. Otherwise, we'll be playing catch up all the time. So I really feel that's where the intersection point should be when we have this collaboration relationship. And private sector could do a lot in this space here. Because when you are trying to bring innovations into such a space, you cannot leave it to government alone to do it. It's just too much for government to do, and that's where private sector comes in.
Yeah, we may be updated with the research, Gio, but are we updated when it comes to the technology, when it comes to blue economy? Are we up to date in terms of technology? Are we keeping up with the times?
I think we are. I mean, we can do better, but we are. And as I said, there's a lot of technology out there that, for example, the offshore industry has used, which today, I mean, I sit down and ask myself, how come we didn't think about Uber 30 years ago? It's simply leveraging GPS, which has been used offshore 30 years earlier. Technology, yes, we use that extensively. The business that we do, we will get nowhere without technology. As I told you, you would see this huge facility sitting in the middle of the ocean. And it's not just sitting anywhere. The exact location X, Y, and in these days, Z of that vessel is known to a level of, say, plus or minus 10 centimeters. And to be able to know that without it being near Ministry of Energy or somewhere else is real technology. And this is an add-on to GPS, which is called differential GPS. It gives you more precision. Now, working offshore is a very challenging business. You need data to be able to decide what to do. For example, we commonly use what is called a Met Ocean data, which is available globally. And you access that to be able to know what to do and what not to do. So, for example, if you want to move personnel from a smaller vessel to an FPSO, you wouldn't do that without checking your Met Ocean data. Okay? If the tides are very strong and you're getting strong winds, this is not a time you want to do transfer of personnel. And so this is on your desk every time offshore when you are working.
For the layperson, what will happen if you do that at the time?
Well, I mean, it's so risky. I mean, these vessels can swing both ways, and you can have an accident, drop somebody in there. And remember that offshore people go to work with a helicopter. And when the wind is, remember, I mean, I remember explaining to a fisherman who was very concerned that our FPSOs will cloud the whole area and they won't be able to find fish. And so I showed him a very large map. And I said, the area of an FPSO is like the tip of a pin, you know, on that whole area. And therefore, it's so infinitesimal that you can't see anything. So imagine you are a pilot flying a chopper, going to put personnel on an FPSO in a very bad weather. You won't find it, and it will be very, very dangerous. So, you know, technology and data is used extensively day by day. And we do nothing without technology. I mean, we typically on the vessel out there have a number of different industries out there. If you think about processing about, say, 80,000 barrels of oil a day, I mean, that's equivalent to 2 times what Temora Refinery does. And you're doing that in the middle of the ocean in a very confined environment. Okay, if you think about you having to process over 100,000 barrels of oil of water a day, is equivalent to what a small water processing company would do onshore. So you do all these things to the highest standards of safety, using the best technology to see to it that the quality of water you are injecting back into the reservoir is very high. So, you know, left, right, center, technology is what we thrive on.
Technology. Dr. Abrampa, you want to add, but I think Joe Mensah wants
I just want to put things in perspective. What Theo just described to you, when you get in a helicopter to go offshore, the landing pad, the helipad, is from where you're sitting to the end of the platform. That's how small it is.
That's small.
So we fly, and then we have to land just right there to get onto the vessel. So it tells you how precision has to really play a role in everything that we do in this space. Very, very important. And then he's bragging about Uber here, and I wanted to just put in my piece on that. The Cosmos Innovation Center that I just mentioned in passing, we had the very first company that we created was called Trotro Tractor Limited, TTL. It's like Uber for tractors. Today you will sit in the country here and you can use your cell phone to order a tractor to come to your farm to do work, you know. So those are how we employ technology, innovation to really change the way we do things. And we can do the same thing in this environment here.
It appears you have a lot of business ideas up your sleeves that will start tapping at this point. Maybe the benefits, it's a good time to bring that in. But Dr. Abrampa, I'm sure you wanted to add briefly to the issue about just not limiting ourselves to research data and not employing innovation and technology, up-to-date technology, I must add.
Yes, thank you very much. One of my good friends is the government statistician, and so we always have conversation about information, data, and analysis. And I'm sure you agree in the country that within these last 3 years or so, we've had a revolution in terms of statistics, analysis, and information
on our own lives, on technology, and in fact, most importantly, relationship. Very, very important. And therefore, I look at it this way: the technology is very key, very primary. I do some games with my team over there. We place the SDGs one at the center, and then set up a relationship among the others. And we did that with production and innovation. And virtually everything was there, either as an input or output, or a user of it. And it's core. So we're now coming out with a document using that as more or less as a trigger for the development of this country, and see which sector will be off the radar. Virtually none, if you put that at the center. So it's very, very important. And I'm not surprised coming out with these incubators and others in the universities is becoming a core part of our learning process. What we usually fail is the linkage to the work that goes on, especially in the public sector. So you realize that the private sector is always ahead of the public sector. And once the private sector is ahead in terms of innovation and production, and they require support from the public sector, you realize that because of that information gap, it takes a long time for it to be appreciated. I am sure Uber might have been thought about some years ago, but you need to go to Ministry of Transport and Ministry of that and Ministry of that, and sometimes that is where the issue is. So we're also pushing that, given what we did, that innovation and production and industrialization are the core of the public service. And who matters? What do they need to know in terms of knowledge? So that this time could be reduced and we get closer to the thinking of the private sector, and we'll be on the same level to be able to push this development.
Okay, well, let's zoom now into sustainable practices, because we need to talk about the health of our ocean before we talk about the prosperity that it will bring us, and then we can focus on the planet's security. But Mr. Fiatui, let me come to you, because at least you can hear the ocean speak. It speaks to you sometimes. So let's talk about the health of the ocean as it stands now. How healthy is our ocean?
Currently, we can say that our ocean, 40% of the ocean is polluted. And that is a great threat and danger to the ocean. So I would say simply that the ocean is currently not healthy. So we need to put in measures to control pollution, especially. We're talking about technology. In the developed world, they are deploying robots to be able to collect plastic from the oceans. I was reading around a document yesterday, and I found out that 30,000 pieces of plastics are found on every square kilometer of the ocean floor. 13,000 pieces. And that is a great threat and a challenge. So there is a need for ocean literacy as well. Yesterday there was a discussion about beginning the protection of the ocean from the basis. Our school children need to start having knowledge about the ocean, ocean science. Let them understand that the ocean is bigger than the land. And so we depend on it more. If you don't understand something, you don't protect it. So understanding of the ocean is key. Thank you.
Well, we know about how unhealthy the ocean is. We are told even some fishes are ingesting this plastic that is even getting into our bloodstream as we speak, depending on the type of fish that you like. So very unhealthy. But sustainable practices, maybe we can just do a quick round on that briefly. Theo, you would want to share any thoughts on that in terms of the practices that we're employing to keep the ocean healthy?
Okay, thank you. I think the ocean is not healthy at the moment. If you fly in a helicopter going offshore and you see the color of River Ancobra, the water in River Ancobra entering the sea, it will just tell you how bad we're doing in terms of that. And I think, anything we can do in this country to stop the illegal mining and the destruction of the water bodies and into the sea, we must pursue that. That's really, really very important. We must do that. Now, in terms of sustainable practices, I guess we feel that our oceans are overfished in this country, but then we must think about the fact that we are not very unique in this. There are several countries in the world who utilize the ocean that way. What makes this sustainable is that there is proper management of the ocean in terms of what to do, what not to do, in terms of what fishing nets, the closing season as we're trying to, implement here. These are really very, very important so that for the next how many years we can leave an ocean that is safe for the generations unborn. But there's a lot more that we should do as a country.
Okay. Joe, sustainable practices?
Well, I think we all heard a lot of the discussions that took place yesterday. And as I mentioned earlier, we start with education at the basic level and let people be conscious of it. That's the start.
Should be part of our curriculum, you'd say?
Yeah, I was driving, to this, function from East Legon, coming on Independence Avenue, and you see on the road, almost, water just flowing, dirty all throughout. Where's it going to land? It's going to land in our pond, and then it's going everything. Runoff is what's getting into the ocean, plus the plastics and all of that. We talked about all of this. All of us are aware. How do we actually, effect some change in this? I was happy to hear that there's a policy document that's going to be shared so that all of us could start, engaging ourselves with it. But when you talk about, recycling and all of these things here, one of the things that the, developed worlds have done that it's so effective in minimizing some of these things is that every plastic bottle has a fee on it where you can return the plastic bottles for money. People standing on the roads here begging for money and all of that, if you had stamps on these plastic bottles where you can return to collect a few pennies for it, they probably will be on the road collecting the plastic bottles to go get some money. So you don't see, a lot of plastic bottles thrown on the road when you are, I've lived in the U.S. most of my life, and my reference point is where there. So you 5 cents for each plastic bottle, so that you return these plastic bottles for the money, and then it gets recycled. So it minimizes that. All the policies that we have here, I never heard any such thing about really putting some, value on these plastic bottles. Because it's worthless, that's why we throw it in and it's choking our drains and washing into our oceans and all of that. So I think education at the basic level, policy, creating, and then also what I am so passionate about, treatment facilities. 80% of our wastewater runs into the ocean without treatment, and that's not good. That's why the ocean is not healthy. So we do those two basic things. If we do that, it will start, changing the narrative for us.
Okay. Well, Doc, at least the data, the science points to the fact that it's very unhealthy. But is there any plan in place since you lead planning for this country? Do we have a plan in place for the ocean?
Definitely. There's a whole strategy on wash, which includes sanitation. And one of the things which I will single out, and I think it's important, has to do with attitudes. But attitudes are built right from our childhood. We still have a situation where if a child and you want to, let's say, ease yourself, they just show you the corner, between 2 blocks, go and do it there. And then you do it. You go to school, virtually in the primary school, there's no toilet. And therefore, if you want to do it, you go into the bush. And then it goes on and on. So the first time you might use, and I take myself as an example, the first time I used a water closet was when I was in secondary school.
At what age?
And that was 11 years. So, and there are, and I'm sure there are many people, village boy like myself, and a lot of village boys and girls who are going through the same situation today. And then the person comes of age, and then you introduce all these things at a go. Definitely, they will reject. And when they become adults, they take their children through the same cycle. So the socialization for real hygienic, living and sanitation, good sanitation, will have a challenge. Attitude. I have a case. It was a 6th March. A lot of, the good people in the village were on the platform. And in my house, you don't throw away plastic and all those things. So a number of children are living at my place. There's a 5-year-old girl. After marching, he came, oh, grandfather, he came and stood by me. And the next person by me was, so he drank water in the sachet and just dropped it. And the small girl just told the chief, pick it. Because that's exactly what I do to them at home. So, and the chief, just...
And you did?
Oh, wow. So it's attitude, which we are hammering. And the Minister for Water and Sanitation, the team, are really working on that. Providing these facilities right in the schools. That if you want to do it, this is how we do it. The dustbins and all that. So it is something that they will grow with it. And then we'll be able to break the cycle and not go through what we went through. Very important. The last one, which I would like to also bring along, is that it also takes a group action. Everybody being part of it is an inclusive work. Civil society has a role. All of us have a role. And coming out with technology that makes it easier for people to use these facilities. Very important. Finally, plastic is one of the cheapest things in Ghana. You go and buy just, watch it 5 CDs. They wrap it with plastic, then another one, a 4th one before they even give it to you. So when you come home, you buy this and you already carried it. You go to the villages, children are going to school in the morning, and you look at all of them, everybody is carrying the food in the plastic and sucking it. So these are dangerous for their own health, and where would all this plastic end? The sea. So we need to think about it. There are alternatives. In Cape Coast, on the way to Kakum, somebody has established a store. And what is done is that it doesn't give up plastic. You'll be surprised. It's attracting all the lecturers from UCC. They go there and shop. All the tourists along the way, because a lot of them are eco-tourists, and they know that shop, it doesn't give you plastic, they go with their bags and buy. The lecturers go with their bags and buy. And this is something that we can do. So it's becoming a big market for that person, which means that if we do it, we'll respond. But 4 plastic for 5 CDs watching, and if you add the number of watches that people are selling and all that, it is a
now
big
there's
problem.
no 5 CD watch though, I must tell you.
But that is the point. The point is that plastic is too cheap.
Too cheap, yeah.
And as my father said, my father is also Joe Mensah. So what is that we must find a way to recycle for money. When I was schooling in Germany, it was a cheap way to get money to buy water. You recycle it and you use it to buy water. But here, it's of no use and it's so cheap. So we must look at that. And it's something that I have been pushing. My team definitely will work on it and propose something for our good president, and I hope that he will take it.
Okay. At the end, I'm sure we'll get our action plan, and then we can all commit to it. So I'm told that the blue economy, if it was a country, would have been the 7th largest, because it's giving us about 24 trillion or so. If it's a country, that's where it will be. So over the period, at least between yesterday and today, I've noticed that the benefits there are when it comes to the blue economy includes the climate regulation, we are told, food, livelihoods, we are told about transport, trade, recreation, tourism. I've also talked about source of energy for us and then biodiversity and ecosystem. But are we maximizing it? These are, you have done it, you've accomplished it. Tell us how we are able to maximize the benefits of the blue economy. Theo, I'll start with you.
Well, I believe we can do more and more and more. You've talked about many sectors. I think what is important is for us to be able to effectively put all this together and harmonize it, because the use is extensive. We need to be able to optimize. I mean, and I'll give you a very classical example. I mean, submarine cables for the mobile phone usage that we have. These are being deployed offshore and alongside areas where you have oil and gas pipelines, among others. So as much as we want to see more value coming out of it, the management of already the existing usage is very, very important, because a spill, I mean, in our business, being able to keep oil in the pipes is such a big deal. It doesn't occur to people, but when there's a spill, you can just imagine the impact. So I think we're doing something, but a lot more needs to be done for the country. I mean, we are lucky to have over 500 kilometers of shoreline and 12 months of summer. And I think the blend of these two is a powerful source of value for tourism. And for all that they have said, we need to see to it that our beaches are clean. And with the right environment, I don't see why we should even be thinking about mining gold to destroy the environment. The gold is out there with very clean beaches and 12 months of summer.
This is Big Brother. MFR, you have 5 minutes remaining.
We're wrapping up on that.
Yeah, I'll echo the same, sentiments that, Theo just said.
And as most of you know, today, I mean, the blue economy is great. It's been good for us. It's been good for the country. Today, yes, we are drilling for oil and what have you, but there's more emphasis on gas. And most of the lights, what you have here, it's all been run on gas. And the country needs a lot more. So we are actually going to spend about $1 billion more to try to get more gas for country, so that as we go through the energy transition that everybody talks about, moving from oil to the gas space to renewable, we will stay in that gas space for decades before we move on. So if we can really get our own indigenous gas here, it's good for all of us. And when we actually, clean, our waters here, as Theo said, tourism will just be booming. And that will be great for all of us. When we create these, treatment facilities that I talk about, it's employment that's being created. So the ripple effect of doing the right thing for the ocean just goes across all sectors. And I think that's what we should focus on.
Okay. Dr. Brampa, briefly.
Yes. Thank you very much. Let me just give an example of some of the things that we can do, particularly on tourism. You realize that tourists, and even us, as indigenous people who stay in Ghana, really are attracted to areas which are neat, and that's what we want to do our shopping and everything. So we're doing a study, a relationship between cleanliness and commerce. Because a similar thing was done in Rwanda, in Kigali, where when the city wasn't clean and when it was clean, it increased its economic turnout by 17% each year continuously. So now, instead of the government paying for the city to be cleaned, the private sector invested in that. And because the private sector is paying for that, they are also measuring that everybody who wants to travel to a clean city might go there. Could we have such a city in Ghana? As an example. So this is something that we're working towards.
To it?
Exactly.
Okay.
And then we can use it as a showcase for the others. Thanks.
Albert. Yeah, we can hear you. I think it's working.
Yeah. I would say that even at the global level, we've not been able to explore the ocean to its limits. I know there are a lot of other natural resources in the oceans that are yet to be discovered. So coming from a research background, I would say that there is the need for research and innovation to be able to discover a lot more of the resources in the ocean so that it can benefit those of us who depend on it.
Okay, and I'm sure you can give us a promise to organize a Keta trip for all of us on how we are able to keep the beaches clean in the Keta enclave, and we can do same in the other areas. I
will invite you to join the SOP team with the permission from Doctor so that we'll go to Keta next week.
And I'm sure we can do a Visit Volta trip as well. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being a part of the first panel discussion for day 2. Mr. Theophilus Ihuen is the Managing Director, MODEC Ghana. Mr. Joe Mensah is the Senior Vice President and Country Director of Cosmos Energy Ghana. I also had Dr. Kojo Mensah Abrampa, Director General, National Development Planning Commission, and Mr. Albert Derek Fiatui, Executive Director, Center for International Maritime Affairs Ghana, and member of the SOP Technical Working Group. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for my panelists once again. Thank you.
But not so fast. We have 10 minutes more to engage you, so please, short remarks or questions, just straight to the point. MFA?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We can only take 3.
3?
Yes, please.
Okay, I have a lady. I'll take ladies. Okay, so one lady. The first one.
Thank you very much. My name is Ivy, and I'm from University of Cape Coast with the Center for Coastal Management. I think one thing that I think is missing here is partnership with research institutions. For instance, at the Center for Coastal Management, we've rolled out master's and PhD programs in blue economy, and I don't think this is well known out there. And during the development of the curriculum, which I was part, I don't think we even did justice by engaging industry to inform what we are going to even teach the students. So how beautiful it would have been if MODEC or Cosmos or the oil industry or the blue economic sectors could give us what they need so students could do research to inform their activities. So I think that partnership should be encouraged. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a lady at the back also. Yes. I can't see men, no. I don't see any men.
That's a good one. Oh, okay, the lady at the back. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
My name is Hilda Upuku, and I am here with 2 hats. I'm actually here with my professional hat, which is for UN Habitat and the program we have just started on smart SDG cities. And the other one is for an NGO that I'm also part of. My first comment is as a Norwegian, and I hope my ambassador allows me to give some feedback on some of the things that have been said in the panel. We have a lot of storytelling in our panels, and sometimes they are not completely accurate. So like in the case of Norway, when it comes to oil and fishery, for example, yes, it's right that we have been doing that for a long time and that it works quite well, although there is a tension on whether we should look for more oil or not. But I want to say that there is a conflict, even in Norway, between fisheries and the oil industry. So I just want us to be accurate in what we are putting out there, so that we don't create some fairy tales that is not as it sounds like.
This is on the part of Norway, you mean?
I am just saying that it was said here that look to Norway where there is no problem. Okay. But there is also a tension even in Norway. So we should be accurate on what we are saying, because
that feeds into how Ghana is also addressing these issues.
Okay.
Let me use my other hat, which is from an NGO that has been working on education for sustainable development here in Ghana since 2008. And right now we are working on a project, and this has nothing to do with my job, but right now we are working on a project together with MESTI, together with Ministry of Education and the Basel, Stockholm and Rotterdam Convention on marine litter and microplastics, promoting the environmental sound management of plastic waste and achieving the prevention and minimization of generational plastic waste. And we are working with schools here in Accra and in Tema, and it's kind of, what should I say, frustrating that this project never reaches up to the higher level. Because here we are talking about stories from our home, while we are actually doing a research-based approach and methodological approach to these things in the schools already together with the government. And I want to appoint Olivia, please stand up so they see you. So we actually have the coordinator of Eco Schools, which is an international program, here today. So those of you who want to hear more can see her. But my point is that we are telling all these stories without really knowing what's going on the ground. So I just want to make that clear that we have some solution to these things.
Can we bring you an invoice for this advert, please? MFA, the very last one.
We are talking about things that are ongoing, and we are.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll take the very final one. I see a hand there. I think I can see a man now.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. My name is Vincent Kwesi Parker. I am retired from the UN, and I had the pleasure of working with Mr. Eugene Owusu when he was special representative of the Secretary General in South Sudan. I think it's evident from your discussion that there are multiple actors involved in the search for durable solution. We've talked about research, innovation, technology. We're looking at the fishermen, the women in the villages, the need for horizontal collaboration, integration, etc., etc., etc. What is missing for me is the element of ownership. Who owns this process? It's a question that I have not heard the answer for. You know, I live in East Legon. The water people come and dig the ground. They put something there. The telecommunications people come and do something else. Electricity comes to do something else. And as I watch the process and listen, basically that's what we are hearing. Okay. There are a number of people involved, but we need to find a place where there is ownership. Who owns the process? Okay. So that's my recommendation.
I'm so sorry, I can only take that one. I think we have to wrap up on that.
One quick one,
no,
very
please.
important.
No, please, thank
please,
you.
Very important.
Thank you so much, thank you so much, thank you. So there was one on
a think tank.
We'll add it to the final plan, the action plan, please, thank you. So briefly, I'll just take a few minutes on that. At least the issue about partnership for research, hoping that MODEC and Cosmos would start partnering.
Well, maybe MODEC will pick that up. But partnership, yes, it's something that the Cosmos Innovation Center that I described to you about, we're fortunate to have Ghana and MasterCard Foundation joined us. Now we have actually expanded it in 10 universities across the country. And the last time we all got together, it is becoming a hit on these university campuses with innovation in the space of agriculture. All 10 universities are really competing to be number one. Okay. So I think it is something that we can mimic in this area here and then figure out how we can do that for the Blue Ocean.
You want to add anything to that?
Yes, just to let you know, a lot of collaboration takes place between MODEC and the other institutions. We also support SPE, Society of Petroleum Engineers, extensively in their research. Actually, over this weekend, MODEC and TALO and the other partners are going along the beach on a beach cleaning campaign, for which I'll be part of it. So a lot of collaboration in areas of research, community cleaning, support for institutions as well.
Okay, and you're sponsoring this program as well. Makes it easy for you to connect with those who can help you do that. The rest were actually recommendations and comments. So we'll leave it here for now. Thank you so much once again for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, MFR PAL and a very esteemed panel. How about a group photograph? Thank you very much. Amazing points raised. Attitudinal change and group action being the one for me. And talk of 40% of the oceans being polluted. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all complicit. You know why? Because even here, some of you have been successful in poisoning the fish inside the little pond in front of you. By giving them bread and juice, please desist from that. Every morning, they have to give them some warm water and stuff. It's been done already, so please, don't feed them pie. No, please, just leave them to breathe. Thank you very much. It's now time for the second panel, sharing country experiences and best practice in ocean action. And I believe that's where the Norwegian experience comes in very handy. We're blessed to have on this panel the Ocean Shepherd to President Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, who is also the Deputy Chief of Staff, Executive Office of the President of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Josephat Nanok. A round of applause as he joins us. We make welcome the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway to Ghana, Her Excellency Ingrid Molestad. Help me welcome Ghana's Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, the Honorable Hawa Kumsin. And to moderate the panel, the UN Resident Coordinator, Mr. Charles Abani. A round of applause. In 45 minutes, yours is to deliberate, and in 15, to engage us, your audience.
Thank you, Jerry, and good morning, everybody. I'm particularly pleased to have a balanced panel with two lovely women and another lovely man like myself to be on the panel. So you're welcome to this session. I mean, over the last day and today, a lot has already been said about, I guess, the benefits and the impact of the economy in the ocean for the global community. So just kind of putting some things in context here. About a third, at least a third of Ghanaians live on the coast or near the coast, involved in economic activity that impacts their lives on a daily basis. Oil and gas is a key area. We talked about that. Fishing and fisheries, trade, tourism, among others. And that challenge of kind of keeping the ocean clean isn't just about what happens in the ocean, and I think this is an important point I want to make. That indeed a lot of what we see happening in the ocean actually happens on land first and finds its way to the ocean. And so it's important that we look at those particular things. So first of all, we all know that there's no need to learn lessons yourself that others have learned. And so this session is really about sharing and learning. Because if someone else has made a mistake, why should you make the mistake yourself when there's actually experience about that already? We also know that nothing succeeds like success. And so where we can find examples of the things that have worked, then we should be using those examples to accelerate action on the ground. And it's really important that we share those because they give us inspiration to be able to act and to be able to then, if you like, transfer that inspiration to others to act as well. So I really have a great panel here. Thank you, Jerry, for introducing the panel. We have the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development here, the person in charge, really, of much of the policy space that needs to take on board. We have Her Excellency Ingrid Molestad, the Ambassador for Norway, a great supporter of the work that is going on. And we have Honorable Josephat Nanok from Kenya, where a lot of action is already taking place. Monday will be Environment Day, I think, and it's an important opportunity for us to reflect on this and weave this into the conversation going on. So I'm going to ask you panelists to share experience, really, and to give the high points that I think everybody can take away from this. So perhaps with you, Madam Minister, let me start first by asking you to kind of maybe lay out for Ghana where you see the importance of this and what are the drivers for you as you move this area forward.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. The fisheries sector supports about 3 million people along the coast, as you have mentioned. It creates jobs. Apart from that, it also contributes to our GDP in the country. as at 2022, we're able to derive about 245 million US dollars in the country. And in Ghana, about 60% of the population prefer fish to other protein, meats when it comes to protein. And about the consumption per capita in the country is 26 kilograms per annum. And so it tells you that we are really consuming country when it comes to fish. And that is why it's very important. Apart from giving us this revenue in the country, it also engages the youth when it comes to employment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Let me turn to you, Ambassador. You know, a lot's been made. Norway's economy has relied heavily on the oceans, and so there's been a lot of experience gathered over the years as you continue to develop a sustainable economy. Maybe from the perspective of that country and the experiences over many years, what is the learning? What insights do you have that have really driven policy for Norway, and particularly your co-chairship as a country of this important initiative?
Good morning. This is working. Thank you very much, Charles. And thank you for the opportunity to the organizers to be on this panel. Well, you alluded to it. Norway's geographic placement and our history is very, very deeply anchored with the sea and the maritime resources, exploiting maritime resources, and it goes back millennia. It has always been, Norway has been throughout centuries and centuries about fish and timber basically, and fish long before the timber. And you can see it also on how the population, how we are living along the coast, and going back through where Norwegians used to be farmers, going out with a small boat to, in a way, support them from the land, which was poor, and the fish that was rich. So this is, in a way, in a nutshell, the history of Norway through centuries and centuries. And obviously, we have developed from then today to be a technology-based, industrial-based fisheries nation, oil and gas, as you know, as well, nation. And of course, we have learned a lot through those centuries, and of course, accumulated knowledge over the past 50, 60, 70 years has been very important in how we manage our resources today. So, and as I said yesterday in my speech, I don't know if many people were there, but we have known our share of problems. We have had depleted fish stocks. The East Atlantic cod stocks were almost empty in the 70s. Where I come from myself, a small fishing town on the east coast, or west coast of Norway, in the 70s as well, the very important resources and the stocks of herring, that was the base of the wealth of the city where I come from, was also full stop on the fisheries there. So Norway has known a lot of problems and challenges, and in a way has adapted to them. And I know I'm answering too long on your first question, but yes, it means in fact that throughout our experience, we, I think, have accumulated some knowledge, and we have adopted what we call integrated management plans for marine areas. And I think you can say, based on three things, it's basically that you can't do anything without scientific basis for what you do. You need to know what you're doing. You can't manage without understanding. That's number one. And then you need to have something built around the total ecosystem. You can't make plans for one species, not for the other. You can't talk about the oil without talking about the sea and the fish resources. Of course, as my friend here alluded to, dilemmas, conflicts of interest are just an inherent part of being an ocean nation, and it has to be managed, and it means that different interest groups all the time have to be integrated and heard into what is being done. And the third point, in fact, they said we need empowered, effective institutions, impartial institutions that are basing themselves on the knowledge that we accumulate. And we have an abundant number of white papers on these things for anybody who would like to read, 170, 80 pages last year on our ocean management. But yes, this is why I think we think that by far we don't know everything, of course. We don't have any perfect plans or a perfect solution to all of our issues. They turn, but we think that, and this is why we have taken the initiative to the high-level panel on the ocean sustainable use, because we think that it is important to share that knowledge, and that is part of our comparative advantage when it comes to international cooperation. That's where we are good, so that's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now, let me turn to my brother from Kenya. I say my brother because actually I was a visitor and well hosted in Kenya for over 4 years of my life. You're a seasoned politician and at the center of policy, close to the government, especially this new government. So tell us a bit more about the vision of Kenya, given the importance of the ocean, not to your economy in multiple ways.
Thank you, moderator. First of all, let me appreciate for being invited to this essential summit, because this summit sits very well discussing one of the biggest resources that God bequeathed humankind, which is the oceans. Kenya and the blue economy. First of all, let me give you a background. Kenya has 640 kilometers of coastline and 200 nautical miles of exclusive economic zone, which is basically around 230,000 square kilometers. We have underutilized the ocean potential. The per capita consumption of fish in Kenya is 4.7 kilos per year, which is very low in comparison to the global per capita of 20 kilos per year per person, or even the continental average per capita consumption of 10 kilos per person per year. So essentially, Kenya is sea blind. We don't know what happens there. The sea constitutes 40% of Kenyan's territorial area. We do less than 5% of fishing. We have literally very little benefits out of the sea. And so what the current administration has done is to look back and say this is an economy that has been underutilized, and this is an economy that is not benefiting the residents of the country. First of all, is to organize the government structure around blue economy. And so we've established a Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs to take charge of issues about blue economy. We've also established a Kenya Coast Guard to provide safe routes and safety and protection for the users of the ocean. We've also developed a plan, and what is defined as the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Within that agenda, the blue economy, particularly fishing and maritime, plays a very pivotal role as part of the priorities of the current administration. So we've also focusing in part of the 9 priority value chains, fish being one of them, maritime being the second one, an export-oriented production. We're focusing on an export-oriented production. And I think many of you are aware that we've been playing a very big key role in trying to sell the operationalization of the African Free Trade Area Agreement to enable intertrade within Africa. And I think we want to utilize that opportunity through our maritime abilities. Kenya is also focused on a Greening Kenya initiative. 30% of tree cover is a target from 12% for the next 10 years. This includes regenerating the mangrove ecosystem, the coral reefs, and the fragile seagrass, a very critical area for carbon sink. And mind you, we don't get much benefit from the carbon sink itself. And I believe many other countries within Africa are facing the same situation. In 2017, we legislated against plastic bags. So it is illegal to carry plastic bags publicly in Kenya. And it is also illegal to carry any materials made out of plastics in protected areas, particularly along the ocean beach, in national parks, in marine parks. That one has totally been banned. Although the challenges of plastic bags remains very heavy, but we've criminalized it. And actually, that has helped us bring down the problem of pollution, of plastic bag pollution by almost 60%. Indeed, we have vibrant institutions doing bits of research here and there, doing capacity building, particularly the Bandari Maritime Academy, training seafarers. We have a target of about 4,000, and majority of them are going to be the youth. We've established institutions like Kenya Fishing Research Institute, Kenya Maritime Authority, but this is still a huge area of strength. It is still a huge area that requires focus, that requires potential. But because our knowledge of the ocean is still very limited. You know, when we have the biggest resource of tuna along the Indian Ocean, but we don't know how much is inside that ocean, I think it is still an area where research is required to understand the stocks and to understand many other things that to enable us be able to be better prepared to exploit the ocean positively. The Kenyan plan is based on creating jobs, creating incomes, and food. That's the big focus that the Kenyan plan is based on. And some of the critical, and we are looking at revamping all the value chains around tourism, all the value chains around fishing, all the value chains around maritime affairs, to be able to create more jobs, create more incomes, and help deal with poverty matters.
Thank you. Before you start answering my second question, because I do have another question, so I will come back to you. Just getting that outlay of how different countries are approaching this is really important, and I think you've touched on a number.
Susu sang quite dear one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements: be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card, you must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
I want you so bad, I'll firecracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you. I'll Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
I don't recall one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Ejuma bia ye ejuma. E wo said the wan kasa obesomu a. Obesomu no e na obehu say sika wo na sika ni.
Ejuma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Che bia no bokra na. Minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba say oba ba de odi ni ko school a. Dachi obe ware akotena be ma bi fie. Ntinya di papa bia obe ya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa ya ko school.
Ejuma we de me kan kwala. O ye ejuma banka on fa on to no. Metuma ka se me de kubebe 1000 pieces be ba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obia me ni wa wonkola me. Say ya me hwa de mpo na hye me kawa pon so say me so me wo nipa mu e. Wanye me hwa de wanhye wanye me hwe. Onye oba fufura na na ni bire. Afo ho oba bi no wa sport to sen wa boni ten wa pagya no consum ko na me ka say ni kombe bu o.
This is the hustler story.
Those priests will be sitting down with the paramount chief, having a very big calabash, and there will be a water inside. Everything happening in the aplenaya, they will be washing it. They will watch it inside the calabash, or they will see it inside the calabash.
Okay.
It's good to have you back. This is People and Places on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Wanda Ami Edwasari. Today we continue our history class. I'd like to call it like that. And we are still learning about the people of the Ada traditional area. Today we focus on religion and festivals and any other customary things we would like to know about. We have seated here today the paramount queen mother of the Ada traditional area, Nana Kabuko Dagojo Dumali I. To her left, we have Numo Israel Kate Akwaku. To her right, we have Ayiku Akwaku, who is the prince of the Kabiawe Yumu clan, the royal Kabiawe Yumu clan. And he is going to take us through this session. Thank you for speaking to us.
Yeah, thank you too. You're
okay,
welcome.
to start with, what is the predominant religion of the Ada people?
Thank you. We, the Adans, we first believe in Christianity and tradition. We worship God from different things before Christianity came.
When you talk about tradition, you mentioned that your forefathers used to worship through other means, but they were worshiping God. So can you talk a little more about that?
Yes, our forefathers worship God through pouring of libation. Or we believe in the God handworks. Some examples are plants, mountains, rivers, and seas. So we worship God through those things.
Okay. How do you call God in Adam?
We call God in Adam Mau.
Mau.
Yeah.
So it's similar to the Ewe Mau.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about festivals.
Yeah.
Asafotufiami.
Yeah.
This is something that is very much popular out there. Everybody knows this is the Adan's festival. Tell us more about the festival.
Yeah, thank you. Once again, the word Asafotufiami is a word they combine and they pronounce it once. That means Asafo means the youth, or the warrior, the youth. Tu is gun, Fiami is firing. So we simply say firing of musketries, which is firing of guns.
Okay.
So that's the word Asafotufiami.
It's in the Dangbe.
Yeah,
dialect.
the Asafo is for the tree.
Okay.
The cans. The two, the Dangbes normally call two. Or we, the Ewes and the Dakans and the Dangbes, we call Gantu.
Okay.
Fiami is the Adan language.
How did the Asafotufiami come about? What's the significance?
Yeah, Asafotufiami, we celebrate Asafotufiami to remember our forefathers. At first, we have been getting a war, and now we don't have wars. So we use this. At first, everybody would remember he or his forefathers or ancestor in his home.
Okay.
But the youth and the pastors and the priests comes together, and from 1937 they started celebrating it at a festival. But at first, as they want to start it first, they started at a church premises called Presbyterian church premises, the church premises. And there is a small river, a small lagoon there, small one, called Hogba Ladan. Hogba is Sunday.
Okay.
We call Sunday Hogba. The Ladan is saliva.
Okay.
You see, in the olden days, they see if they are coming to the church, they use a chewing stick to be cleaning their teeth. So if you are using a stick to clean your teeth, you one day produce saliva. So they thought if they are nearing the church, they will remove the stick. So the remaining the saliva in their mouth, they will just spit it out.
Okay.
That means Hogbalada.
Okay.
So they start there first before they now move to the Presby Park at the town. So now they make it the background, Presby Park.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how is the festival celebrated? How does it start? First of all, how long does the festival take to be celebrated?
Asafotufiami takes 7 days.
Okay.
Which is, let's say, 7 days or more. At first, we believe that if we lost our industrial sounds and those things, if we bury them, we will wait to August or the festival. We will do some amamre and we will join it to do the festival. But the festival itself starts from the first week in August.
Okay.
First Thursday in August.
Okay.
So the main thing is first Thursday in August. Yeah.
Okay, so from Thursday to
next week Thursday.
To the following
week,
Thursday.
Yeah.
Exactly 1 week.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you run us through some of the activities that goes on?
Yeah.
From the first Thursday to the next Thursday.
Yo, thank you. From Thursday, first Thursday in the month, you see the 4 Oko clan or the 10 clans, the one who lead us, they believe in a specific tree called lelu. Lelu, a tree called lelu. So we have that tree. They planted the tree in the gate of Adan. The gate of Adan starts from a village called Kunyenya. Kunyenya. So from there they have a small gauze there. They tied some small tree called some small woods. Those name of that specific wood called Pangbe. That Pangbe is originally prepared by the 4 Oko clan. The 4 clans who they are the typical Dangbes. From that Thursday, they will do that tradition in the morning or in the dawn. In the afternoon, friends and our people, sons of people who are, they are coming from near and afar, they will come to the town. They call it Sobi. They welcome them like so is Thursday. So they say Sobi. Bihi is so people, like Thursday people, those who just arise Thursday. So they call it Sobi, Sobi. In the evening, they will be candle procession in the town. In the dawn, the chief priest, the 4 chief priests, including the paramount chief, they perform specific rite, and they have 2 drums who they will be playing. Those drums are Asoko. It's for only the 4 clan and the paramount chief who listen to those drums in the dawn, in Friday dawn.
Okay.
So,
is there a particular reason it's just those 4 clans that play?
Yes, the particular reason for those 4 clans are that they are the first group and they arrive, and they are the people who accept the accounts. So they join hands with accounts to perform those rituals in the dawn. After that, early morning, everybody, every chief, every storehouse will be open. Each clan have its own storehouse. So each storehouse, they will open them and they will do rituals there. And in the afternoon, they will move to a certain point called Aplenaye. All the warriors and the Asafotufiami. Asafotufiami is the word Asafotufiami is Asafo groups and their leader. The leader is Che. Che is the captain. So the captain will lead. Every clan have Asafotufiami. So every clan Asafo people with their chairman will just go to the Aplenaye to remember their forefathers, they fought there. And as they are going there, the paramount chief will go to Lelobinya in a village square called Lelobinya. You go there and sit there with the 4 Oko priests. And those priests will be sitting down with the paramount chief, having a very big calabash, and there will be a water inside. Everything happening in the Aplenaye, they will be washing it. They will watch it inside the calabash, or they will see it inside the calabash. So if there's a bad thing, they will just ask permission from the paramount chief. Shall we go and prevent those bad things
from happening?
And the paramount chief will just give them order to go there. If there is no any such thing, they will come by and come and tell the paramount chief, we went there, we went there saved, and we are back saved. So the paramount chief will applaud them for their good work done to remember their forefathers. If every clan will go to the Aplenaye, but the first group who's supposed to lead the 10 clans to Aplena Adibiawe. Adibiawe, their symbol is key. They are the one who open door for a dance.
Okay.
So following by Lomobiawe. After Lomobiawe, Tekwebiawe will follow. Dangbebiawe is the person who will lock the gate. So he will wait and check whether the paramount chief come to Lelubinya before they will move. So as waiting for the 4 priests and the paramount chief and the paramount queen mother should come and sit down in the Lelubinya. After waiting, the remaining clans will be following like that. Like Kabia Yumu will go after bringing the paramount chief to come and sit down. They will go, the warriors of the Kabia Yumu and Kabia Chuchu and Kabia Kponotu will follow in order. After that, Kujiragbe will follow, Ohwo will follow, and Kogbo will follow. After Kogbo, before the Dangbebiawe, who have the key, will also follow.
You mentioned a particular order.
Yeah.
The people following before the Dangbebiawe lock the gate.
Yeah.
What informs that order, that procession?
These 4 Oko clan, they have priests who they believe they are powerful. So we have Laluewono, and Laluewono is for Adibiawe. Lomobia we have Mumluwono, and Tekwebiawe we have Libiwono.
Okay.
And Dangbebiawe we have Ablawono. That Ablawono, the main reason is, you see, the time the Dangbes are coming, there is a specific man in Dangbebiawe called Chan Avagbe. So Chan Avagbe tends to a crocodile, and it tends to the crocodile to carry all the Adans to cross the river before he come out. So there is a belief that anytime Dangbebiawe is behind us, nobody can enter and do anything. So that's the main reason why Dangbebiawe is the key.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So after that ritual, then
after that Friday, they will come in the order like that again. Adibia will come and tell the paramount chief, pay homage for the paramount chiefs and the chief priest and the paramount queen that we went there safe, we are back safe. So he will move to the Adibia group will go to the riverside called Pongpo Panya. They will go and wash their feet and their problems, and they will put. There is a belief that anytime you went to the forest and come back and you go back to the riverside, you release all your problems. So the whole of the year, those problems you have, the water will take them away. The Dangbebiawe will wait again for the paramount chief to follow the groups to go and wash his feet and his problems. The paramount chiefs and the 4 Oko clans, the priests and the paramount queen mothers to follow. As Dangbebiawe will be standby for the paramount chiefs to move. So as the paramount chief and the priests are moving, Dangbebiawe will be in the back. The youth too will take over from the evening with different type of dances. But lest I forget, as for every group or every clan coming to show his power or to visit the forest, they will be playing their traditional drums, and they will wear their traditional attires, war clothes. In Adibiawe, they have a specific drum, or they have a specific drum they have been playing. They call it klama. Klama. The 4 Oko clan, you get those drums in their among their means. And Tekwebiawe have specific drum called Pacha. they will be playing each groups with their drumming and their tradition. And Lomobia to play clama. Dangbe were to play clama. The Kabia were as the warrior. We play a drum called Beko. The time we defeat the Anglo, some of the Anglos, Tojenian fight, we took, they give us, we catch, you see, at first if you defeat somebody, you capture some of the brave ones and their drums and those things. So that drums, we have it in our clan. From there, we have a specific drum to call Atumpani. Atumpani Fontom from is the Akan language, but Atumpani, we are the people, or the Kabiawes are the people who brought it. And that Friday, anytime any group is going or any clan is going, they have a specific song they will be singing. We brought it, we call it Jase. They will say Jase Pomi. The Jase is like, you shout that let's go, we should be, it's a war cry. So we brought the war cry, the Kabiawes brought the war cry. So every clan, among these 10 clans, in specific Friday and Saturday, they repeat that, they swear allegiance to us through those Jase Pomi. That's the way Kabia people are brave, we learn Jase from them. So they renew their allegiance for us. We have Jase and Asafotufiami. This song or this Jase Pomi, you hear more Akan speaking language inside more than
those songs.
So
okay.
So we move to Saturday.
Right. Let's hold it on the Saturday and take a quick break. We will be back to continue our lessons about Asafotufiami. Stay with us. Thanks for staying with us. This is still People and Places. Before the break, Ayiku was taking us through the different days and the activities that happen during the Asafotufiami festival. So you were talking about what happens on Saturday.
Yeah, in Saturday is a Deba day. So from 9 o'clock going, the youth groups will be taking the lead to the park, preparing the way to the park. And the first clans to visit the park or to move to the park is Adibia once again. Adibia is the leading group in Adan, or the leading clan in Adan.
So they always lead the activities?
Yes, they always lead. Anywhere they are going, they always lead.
And then the Dangbe Biawe always close?
They are the those who close. Yeah.
All right.
So Adibia will move that in that order. Lomobia will follow. And as they are moving, their chiefs, they will show the town that their chiefs, since Friday, they went to the forest and come back safely. So they will put them in the palanquin. They will put all the chiefs who went to the forest and come back safely, especially the Asafotufiami.
Okay.
Especially the Asafotufiami. And they will put them in the palanquin. And the Asafotufiami, we have two types of Asafotufiami in Adan. We have the Ramche. The Ramche means the leader. The leader. And we have Asafotufiami Ngwa. Asafotufiami means Ngwa means the senior warlock.
Okay.
So they will carry them in that order. So they will be moving like that. Lomobia will follow. Tekwebia will follow. Dangbebia will wait again. and Ohuwem will follow, Kujiragbe will follow, Kogbo will follow. And now, before the Kabiawe Yumu, Kabiawe Chu, and the Kabiawe Kpono too will follow in that order. So as Kabia Yumu and Kabia Kpono and Kabia Chuchu is following, they move the paramount chief. The paramount chief move with that interact. That means the paramount chief is from Kabiawe, Kabiawe.
So he's among
so
his
the
people.
the three Kabiawe join hands to move the paramount chief once.
Okay.
So after the paramount queen mother as well. After that, Dangbe Biawe will follow and close the gate. Nobody will follow again.
Okay.
So
they're the last people to follow.
But the main tradition is if the paramount chiefs arrive in the Deba ground and Dangbe Biawe to arrive and a certain clan or a certain chief is late, if you are coming to the Deba ground, you won't take the paramount. You won't take the para queen to enter. They will. You walk to enter. They will put you down in the gate, and it means that the gatekeeper already locked the gate.
So every chief or every group, every clan, the leader of every clan must come in before the paramountcy, and then the Dangbe Biawe come in.
Yes, please.
Okay.
After that, the programs continue. Each groups coming or each clan coming would repeat their culture, drums performance and the culture activities, and the Kabiawes will be playing Obonu to show you that the chief move with Obonu.
Obonu
is the in Akan language we call it Fontofron.
Okay.
And they will be.
Is that different from Atumpan?
It's the same.
The same thing.
It's the same. And they will be singing a songs called Asafo songs, like war songs. So after that, the programs continue in the park.
Okay.
So they will be playing. There will be a cultural display, and the invited girls, they will introduce them, and the paramount chief will give his welcome address.
Okay.
But there is a specific program which all the Asafacheng was in the 10 clans renew their vow for the paramount chief. They will swear oath of allegiance to the paramount chief.
Okay.
That anytime, any day you send us, we will go and fight for you and win and bring you the victory.
Okay.
So it will also follow in that order the 4 Oko clans. If they bring the paramount chief, they start the first prayer with pouring of libation, and they ask for protection and peace for them to use their time, or for them to bless the day. So they will start from there, and Christianity pastors will start, follow, and the Muslims will end it after the closing prayer.
Okay. So that's for the Deba.
For the Deba. We have activities like the youth group will march, but the specific traditional performance in the Deba day is the oath of the allegiance, swearing of the oath.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that's it about Asafut.
Yeah, that's Sunday.
But how do you wrap up on Sunday?
Sunday, all the churches in the town will join hands and thank God in the Deba ground again. So no church will separate itself, but they will do it one in the.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like a mass church service.
Yes, service.
Okay. All right.
This is just half of the story. There are more interesting revelations about the biggest festival of the Ada people, the Asafotufiami Festival. Join us next week as we learn more on people and places, only on GhanaWeb TV.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. The bugger send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements: be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card, you must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
I don't make one kasa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Edwuma bia ye edwuma. E wo se dia wankasa obesomu a. Obesomu no na obehu se sika wo na se sika ni.
Edwuma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Nche bia no bokra na. Minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba se obaba de odi ni ko school a. Dachi obeware kwotena be ma bi fie. Ntinya de papa bia obeya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa yan ko school.
Edwuma we de me kan kwaro. Oye edwuma banka won fa won to no. Metuma ka se me de kugebe 1000 pieces be ba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obi amini wa nkola me. Say ya me hwade mpo na hye me ka wa pono mu se me sumi wo nipa mu e. Wanye me hwade wanhye me. Wanye me hwe. Onye oba fufura na ni bire. Afo ho oba bi no wa sport to send wa boni ten wa pagya no konso. Me kwa na me ka se ni kombe bu.
This is the hustler story.
When you go
I read every single thing. Like, I'm telling you, I read everything. I can even tell who said this, who said
what are
it.
some of the comments?
Or by any ding.
We are back on another exciting edition of Talk Attainment, and I am your host Elsie. On this episode, we have here the beautiful Abiana.
Hi.
Hi, you're welcome.
Thank you, love. How are you?
So ravishing. I'm good.
Thank you.
I said to you before the show started, I like your costume.
Thank you.
Your sneakers. What inspired the look, though?
Charlie, me, I don't know. Something just happened, and then I pick everything together.
Yeah. Okay, Abiana, what have you been up to? Lately, we don't see much of you like that.
Someone say, you are not monitoring. You must be. Hey, you are not a monitoring spirit. You are not a proper monitoring spirit.
Oh, bye.
Maybe.
Hey.
Yeah, Cho. I was like rated 5th. Like my costume. You go to my page, you see it. Yeah.
Then I wasn't looking.
You see, your mind is somewhere else.
I know, right?
The people that you were expecting.
Or you dodged it?
Oh, I did, but unfortunately, not the red carpet you were expecting, so I wasn't there.
What do you mean the red carpet? I wasn't
okay, so there was a TV3 red carpet. You get up, but I think I was late. So I passed that.
Oh, bye. No, maybe. Okay, moving on. Earlier, I think in a conversation with Ephraim here on GhanaWeb TV, you made some statements that is either you Ephraim or United Showbiz. You said the reason why you think you haven't blown is because there are lots of debt around your name, and now that
there's no debt around,
you've been involved in quite a number of controversies here and there. Do you think now you have blown?
Oh, still crowd, but we just dropped. The funny thing is, we just dropped something, so we are yet to test the whole thing. The debt on which debt?
No, this one is not debt. This one is small control.
So, but there's nothing. There's nothing.
It was something. You
really?
were trending. You can't tell me you know you were trending.
Oh, we know we're trending, but for what?
Back to back.
For what?
Do you know what people do for that?
Oh, it's like we are grateful in all things. We are grateful. The fact is, people that never knew me Googled my name up. I was in the market doing my promo. As she mentioned, what have I been up to lately? I think in February, I went to activate my Shika song at the market with the Mokala women. So as I was vibing with them, someone passing was like, "Hey, Abiana, what are we here? I went to guide out." So in a way, he also met me in the market and I was doing something else. And he was like, "Oh, it's your auntie, oh, you're a nice girl." Oh. Like, you get what I'm saying? So it's in a good way helped.
But for some time, we were not seeing you in Mentor.
Really?
Yes. On the panel.
On the panel?
Yeah.
Yo, so I'm a guest judge. So I'm not like a permanent judge like the other ones, like the Richie and then the Kwabna. So you know that sometimes they need people to do the selection. Then after the selection, then they take them to the final round. So like I wasn't frequently coming there as often as it was. So I'll be invited in to fill in for someone. I'll be invited in to fill in for someone.
So rather it wasn't Mark's comments, because I was thinking his second comments made you not come on the show.
No.
You heard his second comments,
I
right?
didn't hear anything.
Oh,
what did he say?
Yeah, that's his time.
No, in his time. You see, in his time, I was young by then. I was like 16. So in his time, like, how could I be a judge? He was honest. He was honest. Let's just think about it that way.
So you didn't feel any type of way about it?
The fact that I was talked about by few seconds of a video, and then they're using that to judge my character, that hurts. Because if you know me personally, you know that I'm a very nice person, but I just don't joke with my job. Like, give me a job, I'm so serious on that job. Like, I don't want anything that is not worth the criteria you've given me to just pass in. So probably the way I'll go through that process, you will not like it, but at the end of the day, is it what you asked me to do?
But aside the whole buzz around it, you know, forget, celebrities are human beings too. Did that worry you in any way? Were you feeling down, sad at a point when those issues were coming, everybody, Abiana, this, that, trolling?
You know, the funny thing, like, that was the first time it has happened to me. I was just blown away by the fact that I paid no money to trend, and I was trending for like 1 week.
So you were excited?
Yes, I was like, I've never, I don't know, like, effortlessly.
When you go on
I read every single thing.
are brave.
Like, I'm telling you, I read everything. I can even tell who said this, who said
What are some of the comments?
Or by any ding. Yes, and then I'll go and look at the person's picture.
Wow.
And then I'll come back.
And I'll go share picture.
No, reserve media. Like, it's in always a contrast. Yeah, na madam nyame as say at least yes me ni me din, but say fe me da nyame as.
Oh my goodness. But anyways, like, so I'm still not really convinced.
You're not convinced that wasn't heard.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, my family members were. My father, my mother, my sisters, my sister in abroad, she'll call me and she'll be like, Abiana, oh, are you sure you're okay? I said, me, I'm okay. Me, I'm okay. And you're like, okay, if you're okay, I'm fine. Yeah, it hurts. But from how I've been brought up and the things that I've gone through and even what I've read or how far I've read or how far my knowledge comes in with human personalities and people's character and their judgments and their utterances, and I've got to know that when someone is making is making an opinion or stating a fact, it's from their belief, it's from how they were brought up, their values, what they hold. So probably they are pained by that, like they're scorned by things that happen to them, and it looks like if it was them, it would be harder for them to even bounce back. But seriously, the guy cries, still check up on him. He's like my friend.
So you are close now?
Yeah, like we're cool. When I don't hear from him, I'll go and check. Kofi Kel, how are you? I'm checking up on you. Are you okay? So we do.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's not as if, like, I'm nice, but I don't joke with my job. That's all.
So what? That brings us. What's the most interesting comments you've heard about you so far?
That's it. That I'm ruthless, and
I mean the ruthless. There's something a lot of people say ever since the video went viral.
Yeah.
Another thing.
Another thing.
Hey, Makacho, many be in danger, I'll never forget. And what? It's gone. I flashed it.
Wow.
It's gone. It's back here. I say people that do stuff to me, sometimes I don't even remember them. I don't. I can see you've done something to me, but I don't remember. Because when I'm hurt by something, my brain just makes it in such a way that it's pushed like to the back. Whether we're cortex nature, you don't know. It won't come back again until something triggers it and then it comes back. But it's gone.
Moving away from that, let's go to music. And why haven't you really had quite a number of collaboration? Owing to the fact that that's another way of shooting you or your craft
to the
spotlight. That's like one of the easiest way. Why haven't you really had a number of, asides Ochame Kwame, who else have you?
And then now I have like Famille on, but even having Famille on, hey,
was difficult.
Look, collaborations are difficult. See, after you've even like made the song, and then if you have to promote it, to get the artists to be involved in the promotions, to be involved in the music video, it takes a lot. I was like, hey, and this is what people are saying you should do collaboration. It's not easy like that. It's not easy like that to have someone who is willing to say, okay, come, I want to share my light with you. I want to share my energy with you. It's not difficult. A lot of people do it because someone like Famille, he shared his light and his energy, and everything that he did was just on point. His vibe was clean. But there are some people, they are scared that even if when they share something with you, how would you manage that thing? For them, that is it. So it's so difficult to get collaboration. I just had one, and even to like shoot a video, it's difficult getting Famille because his schedules are so different from mine.
So you mean it's not like you've not reached out?
Yeah,
you have.
Yeah, there are some people, they will tell you, okay, with time, oh yeah, but yeah, we'll do it. Like they give you that optimism that it will happen. But there are some people too, they are really ready for collaborations. So I've reached out to a couple of them, a lot of them, a lot.
Would you accept that Ochame Kwame, you and Ochame Kwame's Bolgatanga Girl, did you own the song or he did?
No, he did. It's his.
Would you accept that it was your break, sort of?
No. It propelled me into the industry. It shot me. Like people that never knew of Abiana for the first time, they heard, but they didn't even know the face until I dropped my Adunle. So they've heard the name Abiana, but there was no face behind it. They knew that there was a girl on the record on the Bolgatanga Girl. Until I brought Adunle, then they started seeing the face behind all these records. So it did like propel me in some way, but like it's not something that shot me to fame. No.
Your kind of music, it has a unique touch. It reminds me of anytime I hear your music, it reminds me of not to make your head swell.
Oh, Cho.
Mariam Makiba, those kind of different sounds. You know, Wiyala. Would you say that's like the tangent you are going, either than the following the regular Afrobeat genre?
The thing is, each individual have their unique fingerprints, but sometimes because we want to follow something, so we tend to bend and try and do things that other people are doing. But if you know yourself that well and you look deep within, you know that this is what makes me unique, and then you try to apply it. Not everyone has the confidence to apply their passion or use their fingerprint like solely. Do you get what I'm saying? So not everyone can do that because people are in a hurry. And you don't know whatever. Everyone has their unique print. So for me, it comes natural. It's not like I'm intentionally want to do this. When I pick up a pen and I write, that's how it sounds like. It's not like I want, but I've realized that I have something very unique about what I do. If you have your characteristics, so you can put those characteristics on the track, and then when they hear it, they're like, this is an Abiana sound. But people don't know that one too. So you have to know yourself.
So what's your category? Are you neo soul, Afrofusion? Where do
they always ask, but my base is high life. Like core is high life. But as much as it's high life, I have soul. I know how to tap into it and then bring all the lyrics out or emote a feeling on a sound. So because I know how to do that very well, I can be able to blend this high life and bring out that soul from the high life. So I also say that I like to call my sound the soul life.
Soul life.
Yes.
So that brings me to a question relating to that again. Are you towing the Wayala direction, that where people know the artists but they don't really know their songs?
Oh, no.
Because that's how it's looking.
That's
like.
how it's looking
Yes,
like.
You
So
are
they don't...
more popular than your songs.
Hey, so my face is there,
You
but
are
the songs are not there.
more popular than your
So
songs.
right now, what you've said is a critique for me. So now I have to find a way to let the songs go. So now I've learned something. So I'm willing to learn. So it's not as if I want to go the Wayala. I don't know if that is how it's going. Then I have to now focus on. So it's something that I have to work on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I've heard you. And let's go back to all the way back to mentor. If you have the chance to actually be on the panel again, would you do what you did? Would you tour that same trajectory, what you did, the critique, the comments that landed you in the media, whatever? Would you do that again?
See,
if anybody comes and sings trash, would you still give that same comment again?
See, I have a little sister. She says she wants to teach me how I can be able to be nice and pretend. I'm a ruthless, like, honest person. I don't know how to hide something which is bad, but I've realized that in the public space and where we are as Ghanaians, people don't like it when you're like honest, bluntly honest. They don't like it. So I'm finding a way. Seriously, if I'm to go again, I have to reconstruct my composure again. Yes, maybe I have to find a way. But it's not everyone that will get it. But sometimes people should pardon me. Like, this is who I am. I can't, but I'll try to be able to be nicer when I'm addressing those things. Yeah.
But did you ever regret it, your comments?
No, that is me. I can't regret who I am. Do you understand? It is me. I can only try to alter some parts, but I cannot fully say I regret. If I regret, that means God is so angry with that. That's who I am.
All right, it's interesting. I know the conversation is getting interesting, but let's take a breather. When we come back, we'll delve into her project and other things you might want to know about Abiana when she's not on stage doing her thing or being on the panel and all that. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're still watching Talkatainment if you just joined us. And we have here the beautiful Abiana. We are still chit-chatting about her and everything about her, actually. So, Abiana, how was your upbringing like? Were you living with strict parents? How was it like for you growing up?
You people. You people. Yeah, it was. I grew up in Kotobabi. Yes, Kotobabi down. And I live with my stepmom and then my dad. So my upbringing, I wouldn't say it was like a joyful word or anything, but it was what it was supposed to be. Because if now I'm here, it's because of that upbringing. Yes, so it was just what it was supposed to be.
It was what it's supposed to be. That Black Sherry made that comment earlier. Okay, so challenges. What have been your challenges so far doing music, pursuing music? Money.
Investment. Money. Right now, my money is all finished. My money is finished. I use all to do promotion. But we're here to recoup back. The money is, and then probably the right connections. Because in this industry, if you don't have the right connections, I'm not sure that you're making the right steps. You'll be making some mistakes you don't even know. And then information. A lot of us don't read. We are in a craft where the business side of music is now becoming something that we have to take we have to concentrate on the business side of music. So if you don't read music business and you don't even know how to promote your songs, or you don't even know how much money you're making on a platform, you're losing out.
Yeah.
So that information side, artists are so drawn into their work. I want to record this, I want to shoot a video, but like at the end, what are like the business side? How are you looking at that? I think that's where information is important. So we don't have like much information, even though it's in the internet. How are you searching for that information? So like I just entered, like I went to, I think VGMA did a royalty something, so they invited Share Publishing to come in, and I went to sit in because I was having a problem with one publisher and stuff. So I realized that we don't have it. We don't have it. If you really want to read the honest asemato, then later you go and make the investigations before you see, I had to do this, but so I think the information on that, if like.
Sure. You've been at events, you've mounted stages, you've been backstage, you've been a number of places, I can't mention all. Through all that, have you had any interesting encounter? It could be with your colleague, it could be with an organizer, it could be anything that has actually caused you to feel some type of way. Maybe you've been I'm trying to look for the right word. Maybe something that has got you offended. Or maybe it could be any interesting encounter whilst at those events. It could be backstage, it could be anywhere. Have you had anything like that?
Maybe I'm too young a girl for me to be like something that's interesting to happen to me. But as I've started, the fact that I hated that I was always put like I'm always the first person to grace the stage. That was what I was like, why is it that every time I come first, I have to grace the stage first before other people come? But I accept that I was now coming. So it's like, oh, yeah, they'll be papa, you get our whole thing. But it was something that I understood, and then I gelled to, and then I understood. So I've not had any interesting thing that like perked my imagination to be like, I was treated bad or maybe good, nothing like that.
Ever been depressed?
Yo, depression, dear me, that word. It's not that I'm hearing it plenty. When we were young, we never heard depression. It's now that we are hearing that word plenty. But I can say that I've been down before because I'm a human being. I cry lots of times. I do cry a lot. But when I cry, the next moment I'm up, I'm doing what I have to do. No. It's sometimes me Suriana song. I've forgotten. Yeah, me Suriana song. Mostly it's about work, maybe. I'm not doing the right thing. Something just be back at me, like I was supposed to do this, and if I had this, I could have done this. You get that whole thing. If I had the money, I would have done this. If I don't have the money, that kind of thing. Then you cry.
So more like anxiety.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
What's your inspiration for writing music?
It comes from plenty places. So can be sitting here and something will just strike me, just strike my imagination, and then I'll look at the thing, and then I'll start writing something. I remember Abiana on my album, Alemle Lala. I was just lying down and I heard noise from outside. But mostly, I'll be in the writing mood and then something will happen. So Abiana like this, I was practicing on my guitar. So I heard the noise. And then when I heard the noise, I went. There was a little child in a kiosk. And then the police were trying to like dismantle it. It was in front of someone's house, and the person didn't want those squatters around the house, so they were breaking it, and the baby was crying. So the mother was just running, hey, me bad that demo. So as she entered and she took the child was crying. So it evoked the feeling in me, and then I started writing Abiana. Then Abiana is a social commentary song which says that like it will be well. So I talked about a child crying, the mother didn't have money because the government promised them school and they didn't deliver the school, that kind of thing. So there are things that interest me when I see things around me, my stories, my stories, other people's stories. So it comes from all around. Yeah.
So, have you finally landed your deep thinker, intelligent kind of man, or you're still married to your music?
Oh, no. So they're married to their music, dear. You know that there's a pattern with musicians. Some of them they will not settle down till latter part.
That's what you are looking at.
I'm not looking at it, but see, if I find that intelligent man who will be able to take me on, that kind of thing.
Sweep you off your feet.
You sweep me off my feet too. I'm a handful. I'm very stubborn.
Oh, okay.
I'm stubborn. I know I'm stubborn. Every time some people say I'm stubborn, then I'll say I'm not stubborn, but I know I'm stubborn.
That so kind of someone person who can be able to lead and
that kind of thing. Because if you don't lead, you see, no, me, I'm leading.
You won't respect him.
It's not respect. I'll take on some decisions or on my life that I know that I have to really collaborate and then
consider
that kind of thing. I'm that kind of person. I'm the first one, so first ones always we are thinking straight ahead. Yeah, it's me. I have to do this. I have to do it. But when you're with a partner, you know that it's a collaborative effort.
Would you say you are strong-willed?
Very. 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 If I say this is my target, nothing stops me. Very. Very.
So how has that been in terms of working relationship with colleagues and even family?
Family.
Yeah.
My family, they don't come into my music business like that too.
They never stopped you?
No. My father never, they knew I would. Because, from infancy, they knew I would. But they never saw that maybe I'll be the person in the family to do that. Because there are a lot of singers in the family. But they knew that at least one day one of us would do something. So my family don't intrude in my life like that. They don't talk about my music. They know I'm doing well and they understand, they love it. And then apart from that, nah.
Were you that wild kind of senior when you were in school? Because you look it.
No. I'm cool. I'm cool. I was in Tapi. The only thing about me.
Which school though?
St. John's Grammar.
Oh, okay.
So I was in Tapi. And during their time, they really had fun. I'm not strict. I just go with the flow. I'm not difficult. But if I have to get something done, I make it happen. Whether you support me or not, I'll make it happen.
Let's move on to your projects. What are you currently working on for your fans after your little break?
So now I've released a song called Far Away by me and Famiye. So it's Abiana featuring Famiye. Far Away. And it's available everywhere. Just go and then search Abiana Far Away and then you get it. So that's it. It's a love song.
Oh, okay.
It's a beautiful love song. Have you ever heard Famiye on your love song?
Yeah.
Yeah, which with who?
I don't want to promote it.
Yeah, but
you have to pay money.
But Famiye's delivery on the song.
Oh, Famiye is good when it comes to collaborations. He's very dope. Famiye is a good artist in general.
Yeah, Famiye.
And anytime he's on a song, it's magical. You know, he easily blends with the people
he knows the vibe that is happening, and then he gives it back.
I'm sure the song will be a banger.
Yeah, it is. It is. Already, I'm getting lots of comments from other people, and they really love it.
In the run-up to the VGMAs, I don't know whether you heard the discussion. It was the gospel fraternity versus the secular pushing the VGMA agenda. People were for Black Sharif. People who were supporting Black Sharif were tagged as darkness versus light. Well, what's your take on this whole thing about gospel arts non-participation, not winning too much awards and all of that? What's your take on it?
I think that we human beings like to put too much disparities between things. Music is music. Music is music. An artist is an artist. We shouldn't put forms to stuff. We shouldn't do woman, man. We shouldn't do that. Everything is an art. So everybody deserves to win.
Okay, and then there's this assertion too that when secular artists go for events, they pay them more than gospel artists.
That one day I don't know
anything
about.
I say gospel artists need to come to me catch and say, oh, God bless you for coming, thank you for coming.
Hey,
but
I've not been there. I've not been there. But the
secular acts, they can pay them what 100,000 C's and stuff like that.
I've not been there. This one there, no comments. But
what's your highest paycheck so far, though?
Charlie, you want me to disclose it here so that when somebody is watching, you say, I can't afford you. I don't want that. Please, I'm affordable.
Okay, where did you get your highest paycheck?
I don't even remember. True. I love you, but I can't pay your school fees.
Hey, Media General for my highest paycheck.
Oh, I beg. I don't know anything about that. That's one is management testing. When my financial accountant comes to sit here, they ask because I don't know that. The books they account.
Okay. So we're about to draw the curtains on the interview. So you tell your fans your last words. Anything you want them to know. You put your social media handles too out there.
Our love go carry us far away, far away, far away, no one knows. So my new song with Familia, Far Away, is out. If you're watching me now, just take your phones, go to all digital stores, Boomplay, iTunes, wherever that you stream music, just type Abiana, Far Away, and then you get the song and download it JJ for me and leave a comment. And you're watching me now, I know that Rebecca said, hey, you don't even know where you're going to find me, but I'm on Twitter, Facebook, IG, everywhere. Just go and type Abiana Music, ABIANAMUSIC, and it's together. Follow me up and let's vibe. You know me, I'm here, I'm your baby girl, and I'm your favorite African songstress. Thank you for watching.
Follow her, she doesn't bite. We draw the curtains to this edition of Talkatainment. We catch you another time. Till then, stay blessed. We're out.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and 10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar akofino, download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
I want you so bad, Asafotufiami. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Asafotufiami. I want you so bad, Asafotufiami.
Of a goodness rich in milk and butter, in Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Ejuma bia ye ejuma. E wo said the awankasa obesomu a obesomu no e na obehu say sika wo na sika ni.
Ejuma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Che bia ne bokra na minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba say oba ba de odi ni ko school a dachi obe ware akotena be ma bi fie ntinya de papa bia obe ya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa ya ko school.
Ejuma we de me kan kwalo o ye ejuma banka won fa won to no. Metuma ka se me de kubebe 1000 pieces be ba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obia me ni wa wonkola me say ya me hwa de mpo na hye me kawa pon mu say me su me wo nipemu e wanye me hwa de wanhye wanye me hwe onye oba fufura na ni bire afo ho ba bi no Asafotufiami sen wa boni ten wa peja no konso me kwa na me ka se ni kon be bu o.
This is the hustler story.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all. enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist Cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
We control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money.
Hello and welcome to Business Moment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Today we'll be talking about the real estate business here in Ghana. Don't go away, I'll be right back. Welcome back. I am at the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25 and I'll be speaking to the Chief Executive Officer of this beautiful estate. Her name is Kiran Daswani. Daswani, I hope I got the name right.
Yes, you did.
Hello Kiran, welcome to Business Moments.
Hello, how are you?
I'm
Thank
very
you
well.
for coming to visit us and join us here at the Greens today.
Thank you for having us as well. How long have you been in Ghana?
So I moved to Ghana in 2014.
Okay.
And I started a company called Alubond West Africa, where we used to cater to the construction industry. We used to do facades, so glazing, curtain wall, cladding. Company from Dubai called Mulk Holdings. So that's how I came to Ghana in 2014.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I think you've been in Ghana for like, should I say, almost 10 years now. So I'm sure you might have had some favorite food of yours. What was your favorite Ghanaian food? Jollof, wache, kenke, which is which one?
I love wache. I like jollof, and my favorite is light soup.
Oh wow!
I don't know
That's
if that's a typical favorite, but my favorite is yes. I like good light soup.
Oh wow,
Yes.
that's nice.
Yeah.
That's really nice. Spicy and all.
Little spicy.
Okay. All right. So then we are delving straight to business. We want to talk about the Greens Estate. What is the Greens Estate and what do you do?
So we actually founded the company in 2017. We came across a parcel of land that we acquired, and luckily we had no issues with the registration, the title, which sometimes happens to be a problem here in Ghana. Then an architect, when I actually first bought the land, we didn't really know what to do. So it was getting the architect, and he actually had a vision. So we had that as an option. We had reselling the land as an option, and we also had doing service plots as an option.
Okay.
Right? Because we were like, okay, this is not our trade. So we had three options, and we were very convinced with actually the architect's overview of what the estate could look like.
Okay.
Which was what you have visited today.
Oh, wow. So the plan was not to essentially start on the estate.
No.
Just wanted to acquire property in Ghana.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We just thought, okay, real estate, whether it's land or finished product, it's always a great investment, because I do believe that real estate is tangible. So it's a real asset that you can actually see. So we just bought the land, and then from there we have come quite far actually.
Oh, okay. That's nice. So prior to starting, I mean, after getting the advice from the architect about starting a real estate, did you dream of having such a big space or over 100 homes or units?
Not at all.
Okay.
And I remember an architect in Dubai actually said to me, once you start being a developer, you will never stop.
Okay.
So it's like you will never look back. And I was like, okay, that stuck here. And where we are right now, we've acquired another parcel of land right next to here, another almost 6 acres, where we'll be building another 75 homes. And we are also doing a joint venture with ANC Mall. They are developing ANC Village in OEB. So there we're also going to be building residential complex within the ANC Village.
Okay. And yeah, so from my research, I realized you guys have a good taste when it comes to housing. I mean, the features are quite unique and all. What went into that thinking or that the building, you know?
So definitely design, the architect has had the eye, and of course I think we also appreciate aesthetics, and we do believe that you don't necessarily have to spend extremes amount of money to have something looking good. So we do consider ourselves in the middle income bracket. So people mainly from the diaspora are our preferential buyers, and then professionals, doctors, people in the oil business, like people working for these companies.
Oh, okay. Did you face any challenges while starting up?
A lot of people asked me, like, how have you actually succeeded being in such a male-dominating industry? But I have been very lucky that I've been treated very well by, you know, the greater organization, the Ghana Real Estate, banks, clients. It's been quite smooth.
Okay.
And I've had a great team also. I mean, it's not just...
Kudos to the team as well.
Yes,
very
yes,
important.
Yes,
you should always have the right team for your business to
yes.
help it spread and
Yes.
grow to reach this level.
Yes.
Yeah. So I see you have quite a number of amenities. There's the pool area, there's the bar area, there's a playground for children. What went into that?
So again, I think coming from Dubai, like I'm originally Indian, but I am born and brought up in Spain, and I've been living in Dubai for the past 15 years also.
Okay.
So my husband lives in Dubai, and I am between Dubai and here. And I've always appreciated seeing, you know, gated communities where you have the amenities, so you don't have, especially for children, when they come home after school, they don't have to commute to go for swimming classes or tennis classes, or, you know, just hang out with your community, neighbors, friends. It's just safe. So that's why I think we also think that it's more a lifestyle than just amenities. It's like people that come here look to have a better lifestyle.
Okay. So meaning there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Whether mother, father,
yes.
children,
yes.
there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So yes. I want to find out what makes you different from other, I mean your company, the Greens Estate, what makes it different from other real estate companies?
So one thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages. Normally, developers contract or subcontract the construction to a construction company, and construction, it is like a very, very difficult industry to actually know what has gone into the construction. Like if we look at the wall, you don't know how much, what's the iron rods that are inside, the steel. You don't know how many coats of paint. So there's a lot of you can't really measure construction. So for us, we do our construction in-house. And I think that gives us an edge in controlling our quality and what we actually deliver to our clients.
Okay. I want to delve just a little bit personal. Have you always been interested in the real estate business?
I have.
Okay.
I have always admired growing up people that would get passive income. I would be like, okay, so this gentleman, he's collecting X amount of thousands of dollars or euros when we were in Spain. It wasn't his main business, but it would be like his passive income. He had invested in real estate. He was older at that time, and he could just sit and just get that income. So I've always looked up to investment in real estate.
Oh, okay.
And again, like I said earlier, the fact that it is a tangible asset.
Yeah. But what's your clientele base?
Mainly diaspora.
Targets? Okay.
From the USA, from the UK. We've got some clients that have come from, actually even Ghanaians from Japan, from Israel, Canada.
Okay.
Mainly. I would say 80% of our clientele is from the diaspora.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So still on clientele base, you already have already made units, and you spoke about acquiring another land. So what if I'm your client and I do not want the house, but I want a land? Is there an option like that?
No,
Okay.
because as a gated community also, we believe that, we do want to protect your investment. And I think having the, let's say units that will be easy for you to resell in case of wanting to resell, it would be easier when it's all properties that are standard, not different colors, different styles, different designs. So that's why we don't sell land.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. You spoke about style. I see the houses are almost in the same style. What inspired that? Colors, style.
Yes. So the architect.
Okay.
The architect.
So an advice based on the architect.
Yes. So
okay.
he's the let's say the master behind the designs that you see, the colors,
Oh, all right. Okay, so it's been nice having you, Kiran Daswani. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Moments on GhanaWeb. Thank you for sharing your business with us, telling us what you put into it and everything that's got to do with your business.
Thank you so much
for coming.
Thank you.
When we return, we take a tour of the Greens Estate. Stay tuned. Welcome back, and thanks for staying with us. Well, this is the part where we take a tour of the facility. I believe you've been enjoying the interesting conversation so far, but we are going to check out what the Greens Estate Company has for us, so you would decide on the kind of house you want. I have with me here the project manager of the Greens Estate Company. He is Prince Nyako. Hello, Prince Nyako. Welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Welcome to the Greens.
Thank you. And what do you have for us? Take us on a tour.
Well, we have a lot to offer, and I think once we go on the tour, you should see what we have to offer.
All right. So
come with us.
He has a lot to offer. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so I've noticed something interesting when I entered. I realized the street names are named according to, the streets are named according to flowers. I see marigold, I saw tulip over there.
Yes.
Is there any inspiration behind it?
Well, the vision of the greens was to, as the name suggests, the greens. We are trying to project nature and give a refined living experience to our clients. And so that is the reason why we have named our streets also after nature. So we have the palm street, and as you can see, you have palm trees all labeled here. You have the tulip, marigold, and all of that. So basically, that is the vision. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. And I read your profile, and one of the things I saw was that building affordable houses. How affordable is the greens to the average Ghanaian?
Well, people may say that affordability is relative.
Okay.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. And that is what we've tried to do. And so we have houses ranging from 1 bed to 5 bedroom. And as much as possible, we try and control the cost by making sure that we do our own construction. We source materials from very competitive sources to be able to also beat down the prices for our clients. And so as we go along, you learn about the prices we have.
Okay, sure. So whilst we are sourcing your materials, do you do local or international?
Basically, we do local. The vision of our CEO is also that we want to get the community involved. And so we have a lot of workers here who are Ghanaians, indigenous people, and then as much as possible we source all materials also from here in Ghana. Yes.
Okay. I think that's beautiful. At least there's some sort of employment for our local people here in Ghana. And I've also noticed one thing. There's you are using particular colors. I see ash, I see white, and that color, is it light burgundy? Terracotta. Okay. Is there a reason?
Well, we have a professional architect who does all our designs, and so the concept is to make sure that we have uniformity, and also not to have colors that are too, pungent on the eyes. Exactly. So we have white, which gives you a brighter of the environment. We have gray, which is also like a bit of a shade of not too deep a gray. But so it just blends in. It gives you a very bright community.
Okay. Yeah. So as the project manager, what are some of the amenities house owners get to enjoy? Okay,
so maybe I'll take you there. But in here we have a swimming pool, a community swimming pool. We have a gymnasium.
Okay.
We have a multi-purpose court. And then we also have playgrounds, as you can see from behind me. We are yet to finish though, but we have some of these dotted all around, so you don't have your kids go outside to go and play. So we have some things like this for our kids to be able to also play. And then for the adult, we have a rooftop bar. We'll go and see that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's really beautiful.
How much went into all these? What plans went into putting these edifices?
Okay, so where we started from is where we actually started in 2017. So that was our first phase. So we have some 2 beds, 3 beds, and then 2-bed terraces. Okay, so that's ended the first phase. And then we have the second phase, which started from just opposite the first phase, all the way to house 57, just ahead of us. So that also comprises some 2 beds, 3 beds, basically. Yes, and so we have a mix of everything: 2 beds, 3 beds for our phases 1 to phase 3, and then ongoing we have some 1 bed as well. I'll show you that as well. It's very beautiful.
Okay. In terms of space, some of us like our spaces. We like big spaces. I've noticed some of these real estate companies have quite smaller spaces. How big is your space?
Well, it's quite sizable. We have actually optimized the spaces we have, and so as you can see on my left, this is a typical 4-bedroom, which is part of our, phase 3. You have your parking to your left here. You have the building there. You can go all around the building. you have also some greenery to your left as well. And so, I mean, we have really optimized the space, and definitely it is really a design for a family. I mean, yes.
Yeah, and for this particular house, I could see your client understood the concept, because I can see more greens actually in the house, and it makes it more beautiful.
Exactly.
Okay.
So as you can see, I mean, he's done a lot of additions to it. We have spaces for families to sit around for families. We have a lot of greenery around there, so there's a lot of space for families to be able to sit around and enjoy the facility.
Okay. I see quite a number of units around me. How many in total do we have?
Okay. So in total, we're doing a community of about 108 houses. 108 houses as we speak. We are on the last phase of it. We just have about 6 buildings to go. So those of you who want to be part of this community, you better run.
Rush while the deal is still hot.
Exactly.
Okay, that's nice. So we are heading towards
the phase 3. I want to first show you the recreational area, so you appreciate what the entire community also comes with.
So when you talk about the recreational area, is it just one particular spot? Because you showed me one particular one. Is that the only place for the units?
No. So that is a playground for kids. Yes, and then we have an additional space where you have an open top bar. You have the gym. And then you have also a multi-purpose swimming pool. So that is where I'm taking you to now.
All right, so this is the recreational space, and like I said earlier, I actually thought it was a unit, a housing unit, but it really looks spacious. There's a pool. I think there's a tennis court. That's the bar you spoke about.
That's
up
the bar,
there.
exactly. I'll take you there to look at it.
All right, sure.
Very beautiful. But let me not catch you. But we also have apartment, 1-bed apartment here, a 3-bed apartment as well. So those of you who are looking to doing some investments can consider a 1-bed apartment here.
That's fine.
For Airbnb. I mean, it will give
Airbnb,
you very good.
Yes, I was going to ask if you do Airbnb. Okay, so take us round and let's see what you've got.
Yes. So here is a community pool. As you can see, it's all done, ready for swim. I don't know whether you brought in the costume.
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Okay, and then we have the multi-purpose court here. So that's for long tennis. You can do basketball as well, and even volley.
How deep is the pool?
We have the deepest side is about 1.3 feet.
Okay.
And then we have very, very shallow, even for babies. You can sit on the staircases to your right.
Okay.
Yes.
But is this enough for the 108?
Oh yes. I mean, this is about 15 by 8 meter pool. So quite, very big. It's quite big. Yes.
Okay, sure.
So the gym is not finished yet, but that is where the gym is.
Okay.
So we have about 162 square meters of gym space with washrooms, male and female, with lockers.
Okay.
Yes, it's not finished yet. So
I see.
And then up here is our rooftop bar.
Okay.
Maybe I can also take you there to look at.
Before we go to the rooftop bar, let's have a look at the 1-bedroom.
Okay.
Apartment or unit. So you have 2 of these, right?
We have 2 units of these.
Okay.
These are not completed yet.
Okay.
They are not completed yet, so maybe if we
we can just have a fair idea
of what it is.
Of how it actually looks.
Okay.
Oh, I see some of the cabinets already.
Exactly. So it comes with an open kitchen. It's an open kitchen concept with an island.
Okay.
And then you have the sitting area here. You have a bedroom to your left. Yes. So you have closet space.
Okay.
You have a closet space here. That is the washroom.
Wow.
Yes.
The washroom is even spacious.
Exactly. And then the bedroom here. Exactly. A total of about 95 square meters.
Okay. So how much is something like this? Does something like this cost?
Yes. So this is going for a cool $109,000. $109,000.
$109,000.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so that's the staircase.
That's the staircase leading up.
Moving.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. So how was it for you handling this huge project? I mean, how did you feel from the onstart and to where you've gotten to?
Well, I mean, for me, it's been an experience. My background is actually in quantity surveying.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah. And veering into project management has not been too difficult because our training really allows us to do that.
Okay.
And so we started off in 2017. As you can see here, we are building our last gate. And so, I mean, it's been a beautiful experience for me, a learning experience, and we thank God for it, for how far He's brought us.
Well done, actually. So tell us about the space.
Okay, so this is about 252 square meters of space.
Okay.
You have a pergola here for if you want to sit under a shade. And then we have a bar.
Okay, so this is where the bar will be.
This is where the bar is going to be. So we have also a kitchen as well, a kitchen in there. Then you have washrooms. Okay. We have about 4 slots of washrooms in there for visitors.
Okay.
It gives a very beautiful view, as you can see from here.
Yes, actually.
Up here.
So you can even watch your kids.
Exactly, play from
here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can watch your kids play from here.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it open to outsiders or just homeowners here?
Yes. So what we're trying to do is to be able to manage the influx of people from outside, and so we have an external gate that brings people from outside to come and enjoy the space, while not disturbing the community. So as you can see, the whole recreational area is fenced.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a biometric, access system from outside into the estate. So once you're a member here, you can just access and come in here without necessarily going through the estate. Yes.
Oh, okay. Talking about fencing and all that, I would like to talk about security.
Yes.
How secured is the place?
Extremely secured. I mean, we have a 24-hour security. It's, as you can see, you saw there, it's manned. We have a second gate here as well, which is also going to be manned. Okay. And as much as possible, we try to incorporate other things to enhance the security. So the perimeter fence wall is actually electrified. I mean, we have electrocuted ones. And then we're also adding on CCTV cameras into the estate and all that. And so just to enhance the security of the estate. All the street lights are solar powered. So that when there's blackout, you still have, some light.
That's good.
Yes.
That's a fair deal.
Exactly.
I mean, aside this space you have, is the Greens planning to move on to another space? Because I remember you told me this is your final unit or your final gate.
Exactly.
You're constructing.
Yes. So definitely yes. I mean, we are in this for the long haul. So as we can, just right behind these properties, we have a land there which is starting very soon. And I mean very, very soon. So those who want to book their units should talk into us. We have another one probably coming up in OEB as well. So, I mean, we have other developments coming up.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go back to the final phase of the whole project.
Yes.
How long is it going to take to complete the final phase?
So we're actually looking at by June of this year we should be out of here.
June of this year?
June of this year we should be.
All things being equal?
All things being equal, we should be getting out of here. Yes.
Okay. So we were talking about drainage. I don't see the pipes. I don't see things I'm not supposed to see. Open drainages and all that. Yes. How was that? How did you
So as
do
our
that?
tagline goes, refined living. What we've tried to do is to keep a very safe environment for kids and also give a very hygienic, environment for our inhabitants. So what we've done here is that we have an underground drainage system, as you can see here. It also serves as a walkway.
Okay.
So all our drainages are underground. And then as I indicated to you last, all our street lights are also solar powered.
Exactly.
So when there's blackouts, the homes can have lights because they all have 1.5 kV solar panel, solar inverters, and then the street lights are also lit because of the solar lighting.
Okay, so meaning you're walking the talk of being an eco-friendly estate company.
Exactly.
Okay, that's amazing. So we are moving to a show house. Prince here is going to show us what exactly a house at the Greens look like. So come along and let's show you what's up. Okay, so this is a typical entrance.
Yes, so this is our 3-bedroom, known as the cedar. As I told you, all our houses are named after nature, so cedar is the form of a tree.
Okay.
Exactly. So this is our 3-bedroom.
All right.
Yes.
So should I call this a grand entrance?
Exactly. What we have done is to give you a very big, it's our 1.3 meter door.
Okay.
It's quite very wide.
Okay. So where are we starting from? The hall?
Let's go to the living area.
Okay.
Yes. So Very beautiful, I guess.
Yes, I see.
Exactly.
Neutral colors. Well, that's my kind of furnishing
a lot of people like these colors. Exactly. Yes. So what we have done, I mean, to your left here, you see a very big sliding door. Similarly, we have one to your right.
Okay.
Exactly. So that is what we call, it gives you cross ventilation. So you don't always need to have your ACs on. You can just, shift one door here, slide another one here. You have a mosquito netting here, so you can just slide, and then you enjoy the fresh air. Okay. It also gives you a lot of lighting into the house, so you don't have to always put on your artificial lighting. So
I see a lot of modern decorations. I mean, with regards to the ceilings, the lightnings, the tiles. I was looking at something on Facebook actually, and people were teasing landlords or complaining about landlords that they use a lot of brown and those multicolored kind of tiles, but I see this is quite different for their buildings. So
simplicity, they say, it's the way to go.
Okay. So does the client have an option to have a furnished house?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, we are very open. Okay. We are very open. So if you want us to furnish for you, we can also do that for you. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, sure. Yeah. All right. So the TV sits here, TV, exactly. And then the couch.
The couch here.
Okay. All right. So we go upstairs.
Yeah, we can. Let me show you the kitchen.
Okay,
you want to enjoy my sofa?
Yes, I do. It actually looks cozy.
Yes, it is.
Oh, wow. You could sleep here, take a nap, even spend the night here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's
and I think it's even spacious for family gatherings.
Exactly.
And all. Exactly. Okay, so a space like that, what was the space?
So this is about 30 square meters here.
Okay.
For the dining and then the living area.
Yeah. All right. That's nice. Let's move on to the next. I can't wait to see what you have in store.
Oh, okay. So let me show you what we have here on the ground floor.
Okay.
So we have a guest washroom to your left.
This is it?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a guest washroom here.
Oh, okay.
Very beautiful.
Well, this is what some people call the powder room, I guess.
Yes, the powder room, exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let me see. Let me have a look at it.
Yes.
Okay, it's quite spacious, not really small.
Yes.
The door is deceptive. It looks quite tiny, so yes, yeah. So next, I see the kitchen.
That's the kitchen.
Okay.
So we furnish the kitchen for you. We give you an extractor. It comes with the gas.
Oh, wow.
Exactly, yes. So
and these are the storage spaces.
These are the storage spaces, yes.
Okay. Quite spacious.
Yes. And to your left, you have a storeroom.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a storeroom here. That houses your washing machine. Oh. And then the solar inverter is also kept in here.
Oh, okay.
If you want us to do some additions for you in terms of shelves, that can also be done. So
there's an option for renovation.
Oh yeah, I mean additions.
Okay,
we are
additions.
Very open to additions.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so where does this door lead to?
This actually takes you to the backyard.
Okay, but let's finish with the yes. Okay. So I see the same tiles you use for the hall is where you are using.
Same, we carry the same tiles
throughout every space.
Throughout the space, yes.
Oh, okay. All right. How safe is this?
Very safe.
The glass panels.
This is about 10 mm thick glass.
Okay.
10 mm thick glass is very quite tight. And then we also have the option of metal hand railing.
Okay.
So whichever one you choose, we can do that for you.
Sure.
So here is the master bedroom.
Oh.
So this is a master bedroom.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is the master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes. It's a master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly, yes.
Oh, well, closet. Okay. That's a queen-size bed.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And then you have the washroom to your right.
Okay.
Also quite spacious. And then we give you a balcony here.
Okay. Oh.
So you can enjoy.
This one there, face me, I face you. Oh, that's nice. It's quite airy here.
Very.
Yeah.
Very airy. Yeah.
It's quite airy.
Very airy.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. So the washroom.
Yeah, that's the washroom. Yes.
Okay. 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 All right. So we move on to the next room.
Yes. So we have two other bedrooms, all en suite.
Okay.
So one to your right here.
Okay. Oh.
Yes.
Just quite smaller.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a bit.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, another built-in closet.
Exactly. All the rooms comes with that.
Okay. So that's the last bedroom.
That's the last bedroom. Yeah.
Okay. I see 2 beds.
Yes.
So for like a kid's room, right?
Room,
Children's
exactly.
room.
Yes.
Oh, but I didn't feel all the beds.
Yes.
That's a clean space.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let's talk about the units.
Yes.
How is the units, or how are the units like? 2 bedroom, 1 bedroom, 3 bedroom?
Yes. So we start from 1 bed.
Okay.
As I showed you at the recreational area.
Yeah.
And then 2 beds. We also have 3 beds. We have some variety in the 3 beds. We have the cedar. We have another unit, another 3 bedroom known as the oak as well. Those are under construction. And then we have the 4 bedroom known as the cypress.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So,
okay.
This is the parking lot.
Oh.
The parking lot.
So how many cars can fit?
You can fit 2 cars actually.
Okay.
2 SUVs can even fit here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks small.
It's a 3.5. The
Okay.
average car size weight is about 2.5. So you still have space to move around.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the payment plan?
Yes.
Yes. How is it like? If I want to purchase?
Yes. As I indicated, I mean, we are very open. We have self-financing where we give clients up to, say, 1 year. Exactly. We also have asset mortgage. Exactly. And then when you're doing self-financing, as I indicated, I mean, within a period of, say, 6 to 1 year, I mean, we can consider that. Yeah.
Okay. So does that mean you make a lump sum in the first month?
Yes. So what we'll do
What's the
is
percentage?
Okay. So what we do is that you do a 30%, between 30 and 40% down payment, and then the rest, if you're doing self-financing, is spread for you between 6 and 1 year. And then if you're doing a mortgage, depending on your income and your commitments, the bank can look at 80%, and you do a down payment of 20%. The bank disburses the 80% when you have made your payment, and when the house is also completed, the bank does they do the payment of the 80% for you.
Oh, okay. That's
and
quite flexible.
For Ghanaians, I think you can get between 5 to 15 years on your mortgage in terms of payback period. Yeah.
So for how many homeowners do you have out of the 108?
Living here?
Yes, living here.
In and out, we have almost about, say, 30. And we have clients who live abroad, so they come in and go. And then we still have some residents also in there. Yeah.
Okay. And finally, what sets you apart? So we are going. This is still the backyard.
This is the backyard.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we should give a full tour of the house.
So one thing I need to mention is the cedar.
Okay.
It also comes with an out room. Yeah.
This is an out room. What's it for?
So if you have a house help, you can.
Okay.
A single. The student bed can fit in here because it has its own washroom.
Oh, it has a washroom.
Exactly.
Okay.
If you want to also say set up an office space, you can also hide away from the kids.
All right. Okay. That's nice. Oh, that's fine. It's okay. Okay. So finally, whilst we are moving out of the house, what differentiates the Greens from other real estate companies?
Well, what I would say is that we control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money. In terms of payment terms, we are very flexible. The construction itself, I mean, some estate developers are averse to taking people around to see the start of the construction. But we are very open. We wish that people come here to see the construction right from the onset. I mean, the convention here is that people use blocks in the foundation, but we use concrete solely for the foundation. From foundation all up, we use concrete for the foundation. In the block, we produce it ourselves just to satisfy ourselves that we are giving you quality. And then our materials are carefully sourced, from the right sources. It's not like we want to cut corners. No, we don't do that. So that is what actually set us apart from others.
Okay, but I want to take you back just slightly about the housing units. What's the range from the lowest to the highest?
Okay, so our pricing, as I indicated earlier, start from 110,000 to 262,000.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Prince Nyarko, for joining us on Business Moment. It's been lovely having you take us on a tour to your project and as well as a showroom house. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of another interesting conversation on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest was the Greens Estate. If you are interested in owning a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3 or even 4, the right place to go is the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25. Also, if you're a business owner and you are interested in being featured on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV, see the numbers below and give us a call. Log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media handles. We are at the GhanaWeb on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel for more videos. My name is Na Oyokwoti. Thanks for watching.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
I want you so bad, Asafotufiami. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Asafotufiami. I want you so bad, Asafotufiami.
Don't me call one casa.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Ejuma bia ye ejuma. E wo said the awankasa obesomu a obesomu no e na obehu say sika wo na sika ni.
Ejuma na me ye minim dia menya wo. Che bia ne bokra na minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba say obaba de odi ni ko school a dachi obeware akotena be ma bi fie ntinya de papa bia obeya ma wo nti ni mama nyina wa fan ko school
Juma we de me kan kwala o ye juma banka on fa on to no metuma ka me de kubebe 1000 pieces be ba metuma nya profit be 2000 won
obia me ni wa nkola me say ya me hwa de mpo na hye me kawa pono mu say me su mi wo nipemu e wanye me hwa de wanhye wanye me hwe onye oba fufura na ni bire afo ho oba bi no Asafotufiami wa boni tena pagya no consum kwa na me ka say ni kombe bu.
This is the hustler story.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Which player did you really look up to in terms of Ghana players?
Ghana players. Asma Jan is a big one for me. I used to watch him when it came to the AFCON competitions and then the World Cup as well. He was such a big player, and you know, I dreamed to be exactly like him.
Hello and welcome to GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafi and I'm privileged to have the the new kid on the block doing wonders for the Black Stars and also at club level. Antoine Semenyo, welcome to GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you very much.
How does it feel a day after scoring the goal?
No, it still feels great, you know. I've had loads of messages, loads of Instagram messages and calls and stuff from like family members, but you know, deep down, it's a great feeling. Like you know, everyone wants to score. As a striker, you want to score, and in front of the fans as well. It's just amazing, and they were great yesterday, so I'm happy.
This is not your first time scoring for the Black Stars, but this is your first time scoring on the home soil. And I realized something when you scored the goal. Amati took you to the fans. Were you aware that your people were there?
No, I wasn't aware. I just felt him grabbing me to go. But it was actually a commemoration for Christian Atsu. So yeah, my regrets to him and his family. So yeah. It's obviously sad to see, but yeah, man, it was a memory for him.
Yeah. How important is this goal to you as a player?
Yeah, it's important. I mean, I haven't really scored much as of late, so you know, when you score, it gives you that confidence. It boosts my game to another level. So hopefully, I can do that again for the next game, and then when I go back to club level.
Let's talk about the Premier League. How has the experience been since you joined the Premier League?
It's not been easy. It's not been easy. You're around top quality players every single day, so you have to learn. You have to be quick. You have to make sure your mind is switched on every time on the training pitch. And in games, you're playing against the best in the world, so you have to make sure you're switched on. If you're not switched on, you get punished. So I'm making sure every day that I'm ready. I'm prepped. I've done everything I can to make sure I'm 100%.
And talking about the Premier League, let's look at your club. What are the plans for the end of the season and stuff? Because where you guys lie on the table, I'm sure you guys want to improve.
Yeah, last 10 games, it's gonna be tough. I mean, I think the approach is just to go and win the games as much as we can. We've got a lot of teams in the bottom half, in the second half of the season, so yeah, it's gonna be tough. But all we can do is approach every game like how we do, and win some games.
Let's do the easy ones. Growing up, which player did you really look up to in terms of Ghana players?
Ghana players, Asafotufiami. Asafotufiami is a big one for me. I used to watch him when it came to the AFCON competitions and then the World Cup as well. He was such a big player, and you know, I dreamed to be exactly like him. So I'm happy I've got a chance now to try replicate that. And
since you touched down in Ghana, have you been able to meet him in person?
I met him yesterday. Actually. He just gave me a few tips on improving my game. So you know, I'm happy a legend like him can help me improve my game. I can't complain.
And in terms of the local league, do you have any club that you fancy?
Every time I get asked this question, I don't know what to say. I haven't really watched it much. But I think I need to start watching. I definitely want to come back to Ghana and watch some games too. So yeah, I'll definitely keep an eye out.
When you scored that goal, I'm sure definitely your family would definitely be elated. But at the press conference, I remember you said your father was there in the stands as well. How did
no, I felt good. It felt so good. Scoring in front of him is always great, whether it's at club level or country level. But this one, it feels different. You know, all my uncles and aunties are just watching the game, and you know, Dad being there. Yeah, it's no better feeling.
Okay, let's look at another thing else about not always Ghana football. Let's talk about in terms of music. Which Ghanaian musician do you often listen to?
Stonebwoy. I've been listening to a lot of Stonebwoy right now. He's just on my playlist everywhere.
Really?
Yeah,
Any of his songs?
Chai, you've caught me off guard. There's so many songs I listen to. There's not a particular one that's my favourite because I listen to all of them. So, yeah, you've caught me on guard on that one. You've caught me on guard.
Maybe maybe Rango or
Yeah, listen, the names, I don't remember every single name, but I know that's one of them for sure. I know that's one of the songs, so yeah.
Basically, there's not much to talk about, but it was great talking to you, and hope you guys do very well at club level, and wish you all the best in the coming games against Angola, and an injury-free season.
Hopefully, God willing, I'm praying. Thank you very much for that.
What would you like to say to Ghanaians?
I would just like to say I'm here to work hard, I'm here to do well for the team, so we just need to keep going, and hopefully we can get this win on Tuesday and to go from there.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Pleasure.
We control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money.
Hello and welcome to Business Moment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokwote. Today we'll be talking about the real estate business here in Ghana. Don't go away, I'll be right.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and left me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
I want you so bad, Asafotufiami. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Asafotufiami. I want you so bad, Asafotufiami.
Of a goodness rich in milk and butter, in Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Ejuma bia ye ejuma. E wo said the awankasa obesomu a obesomu no e na obehu say sika wo na sika ni.
Ejuma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Che bia no bokra na minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba say obaba de odi ni ko school a dachin obeware akotena be ma bi fie nsenya de papa bia obeya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fanya ko school.
Ejuma we di me kan kwala o ye ejuma banka o mfa ho ntom. Metuma ka se me de kugebe 1000 pieces be ba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obia me ni wa hu nkola me say ya me hwa de mpo na hye me kawa pon fu say me su me wo nipemu e wanye me hwa de wanhye wanye me hwe onye oba fufura na na ni bire afo ho oba bi no Asafotufiami wa boni tena peja no consum kwa na me ka se ni kombe bu.
This is the hustler story.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
I really don't believe that climate change is occurring in Ghana or in the world. I believe it's just a political theory for these politicians to probably get some money from us.
Climate change has been described by experts as a crisis of our time. Its effect has got world leaders, religious leaders, and everyone echoing a healthy climate. But it is easy to get lost in the story, with politics and religion getting in the way. Nations and international organizations make time and allocate huge budgets to talk about climate change and to find ways of managing its harsh effect on humanity. Unfortunately, there are many people who do not believe in the reality of climate change. Some students of the University of Ghana who spoke to GhanaWeb described climate change as a hoax perpetrated by the political class, while others believe there is nothing humans can do to change the course of nature.
I believe climate change, first of all, if we know by what we've been taught in primary school through to high school, we've been told that it's a problem. And that's just been it. It's been re-echoed and told that it's a problem. But generally, when you look at it, it's more like words put together. It's more like a condition that is just there, but you don't really see the labeling of it, the expansion of what they are really talking about when they say climate change. Like you repeated, world leaders go for meetings and everything, but they talk about it being a future problem. They talk about in 2050, in 2060, that's what we'll be experiencing, maybe high global warming, and we'll see a real effect of climate change. So then you like, really, what's going on? Are we really seeing the changes that they're expecting us to see? So you don't then believe that climate change does exist in a way. So that's maybe my thoughts in short.
Is climate change real?
Yeah, it is real. I believe it is real that the emission of these greenhouse gases into the atmosphere would cause a rise in our temperature. But there are misconceptions in there that I've heard some of them that they are not real. But I believe that it is real and that actions must be taken to curtail the future or the effect of it.
I do not believe that climate change is something really important for us to focus on. I think it's something that is wasting, it's consuming our time. Yes, something like global warming like this. The place is still cold, so if you tell me that global warming is occurring and we have to reduce blah blah blah, I don't feel that climate change is really occurring. I don't believe in it, yes.
I really don't believe that climate change is occurring in Ghana or in the world. I believe it's just a political theory for these politicians to probably get some money from us. Because they go for these meetings, they get some allowances here and there. So they just go to talk about it. But we're not seeing anything. I don't see any changes in the environment that I'm in right now. It's still like the way I grew up to see it. So I don't see and I don't feel that climate change is real.
Responding to the misconceptions shared by the students on climate change, Professor Kojo Owusu, the director of the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability, warned against taking a fatalistic approach to tackling climate change.
We have to move away from a fatalistic tendency in society. So being fatalistic means that we don't look at the effect of things in a scientific prism, but we attribute everything to God. So if you take that point of view, then there is no need to take any action, because what will happen will happen. So my advice to those people is to revert to science. The scientific evidence is that climate has changed. It's probably or most likely the work of man, and it is because we have emitted a lot of gases known as greenhouse gases that have gone into the atmosphere. So the science accepts that you cannot just flick a magic light or something on and the climate change problem is gone. But through concerted effort and doing things right, in the long run, we can correct some of the damage to the environment that has come from human point of view. So where maybe the skeptics or the people who don't believe and the one who believe is that, yeah, the climatic machine is so huge. The power of nature in terms of rainfall, temperature, is not something one person can do anything about. But all of us doing something and doing it for a long time will have a positive effect. If you cut down the trees, everybody knows what happens. It changes the temperature, It changes the rainfall most of the times. If you want to bring that one back, you can't say, oh, but what will happen, so we won't plant 3. Everybody knows that you plant 1 tree today, it won't do anything. It will not change anything. But we plant thousands of trees today. Over time, that will have a feedback on the climate system, and it will work. So if it is medicine, banking, money, everything, you cannot say I won't go to work because what will happen will happen. The science is clear that incremental steps taken can have a positive impact.
Professor Kojo Owusu acknowledged that it is not surprising many people believe climate change to be a hoax and a conspiracy theory.
If somebody decides there is no climate change, it depends on what the person is doing. So how am I going to tell that person that farmers are hurting? The rain doesn't come when it needs to come. The rain starts, you plant, and then because of climate change, dry spells, within season drought are common. The person probably lives in Accra, has no contact with agriculture, doesn't know what is going on. So they can say what it is that they are saying. But people who are at the forefront, whose livelihoods directly depend on climate-sensitive sectors, know what is happening. So when there are droughts, prolonged droughts, so the people saying that when they were young, the climate was the same. When Ghana was strategizing, building the Pong Dam, before they built the Akosombo Dam, in the 50s and 60s, if you look at the record, it rained a lot in Ghana. And so we thought we would be fine. But in the last few years, 20 years, look at how many years we have seen drought that has affected Akosombo and other hydrological systems, translated into power outages and stuff like that. And so it depends on where the person is. There is ample evidence to suggest. Go back and look at the climatic record. 3 years ago, there was probably about 2 rains in June in Accra. But that person who says when he was young, the climate was the same. Go back. It will take centuries. June will always be wet. So the evidence is there. If you want to deflect the evidence, you can do that. I mean, in Ghana.
He, however, advised Ghanaians to rely solely on science and not feelings.
The way we analyze the climate is sometimes about feeling, not about the science. So somebody was asking me, I think last month or 2 months ago, there was some haze or dust load in the atmosphere. And people were like, oh, Accra is the most polluted city in the world. And then, funny enough, 2 days or so, there was rain. And then everything cleared up. So where were the people who were saying all those, where are those pollutants? So in every dry season, the Sahara will throw to us a lot of dust. So depending on the intensity, some years the dust will reach Accra, other years it will not. So in the dry season, if there is a lot of dust load in the atmosphere, it's expected.
Some people who believe climate change is a hoax say if it was real, countries advocating for it will not do things that are opposite to what protects the environment. But this is what Professor Owusu had to say.
There is a lot of misconception in the premise that you have given to begin with, because I don't even see how Saudi Arabia and the United States and Europe are on the same or in the same basket when it comes to climate change and climate change effort. Saudi Arabia probably will want you to say there is no climate change, so they can pump the oil. That is the mainstay of the economy. The Europeans live on a very tiny land. Sea level rise is a major problem to them. Very interested in climate change issues. America is in a balance. They have a lot of hydrocarbons, but at the same time, depending on who is in power in America, they are also championing a lot of clean energy stuff. So it's not an argument of picking and choose and pitching one country against the other. There are skeptics who tell you that when they were young, the climate was the same as today. How do they know that? What measurement have they taken to see that? Is it about feeling or about science? I feel like the sun is shining today like it was shining when I was 10 years old. So the whole idea is that the science is very clear. The climate has changed. The indicators are not the same for many places. So you go to a country like Switzerland, they will be very serious about climate change because many of their resorts and the culture and everything thrives. So they live in highland areas, having a lot of ice and snow. In this year, in the last few years, some of their resorts can't even open because you can't go skiing in some places because you don't have the amount of snow that will allow you to ski.
Although many dismiss climate change and believe human actions are powerless, climate change is a global crisis that demands our attention and collective action. Elliot Nweti reporting for GhanaWeb.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, I'll fuck like wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't me call one casa.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
Edwuma bia ye edwuma. E wo se dia wankasa obesomu a obesomu no na obehu se sika wo mo na sika ni.
Edwuma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Nte bia ne bokra na minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba se obaba de odi ni ko school a dachi obeware kwotena be ma bi fie ntenya de papa bia obeya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa yan ko school.
Edwuma we de me kan kwaro o ye edwuma banka on fa on to no. Metuma ka se me de kubebe 1000 pieces be ba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obia me ni wa hu kola me say me hwa de mpo na hye me kawa pon so say me so me wo nipemu e wanye me hwa de wanye me hwe onye oba fufura na na ni bire afo hu oba bi no wa sport se no wa boni te no apagya no kon so me kwa na me kan se ni kon be bu o.
This is the hustler story.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
We are back again, Charlie. I really miss you all, and this is going to be my official first video, official adventure video in 2023. I'm really happy. How have you been? How did you celebrate your Christmas? How's the new year? Let me know. Share in the comment section. I'm really interested. How I look for today. I'm actually here with Location Ghana. The first stop is in Ebri, and I hope you enjoy watching this vlog. So let's go. Let's explore Ebri. I meet the team behind Location Ghana.
Hello guys. Hi. I'm Walter Aikens and this is Precious Anna, and together we are Location Ghana. Location Ghana is a travel company / media company, and we've been existing since 2019. But we only started doing tours about a year ago, and yeah, we are the two powerhouse behind it, and this is the brains. This is the magic.
Yeah, so guys, We are about to begin the trip. I'm very happy. Meet Ola. Ola is my Benin friend I met today. Say hi.
Hi, how are you?
So yeah, we are leaving now. It took us 30 minutes drive from Accra Mall to the Ebri Botanical Gardens.
You're going to see things that you've not seen before. You will hear things that you've not heard before. Our old people say that if you sit at one place, you marry your own sister. Do you understand that? What it means is this: you have to go out and look for the woman. But if you sit at home, you will marry your own sister. That is why learning has a lot to offer than fasting. Every day we learn. The key to rest is learning. People who traveled, they don't easily become angry. Every learner is successful. So you're not only here to look at trees, but to also learn one or two things. You know, Ebri Garden is among the 1,600 botanical gardens in the world. It was established by the British in 1890. It covers a total land area of 160 acres. It's a very big place. So this is what you rub in your lips. Will you worry your husband again for money? You won't again. No problem. You see? Yeah. Teak. This is teak plant. Stick, you know, teak lipstick. You see, that's how it is. From the leaves. You see that?
Can I have one, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
They use this to act.
So guys, this is how the plant looks like, and this is a natural lipstick. I'm going to try it myself here. I'm going to try it. Let's see. Just a little water. Oh, do you have water? Yeah, well, guys, look, you can even see my fingers are already red. Let me attempt to use for my lips. Ah, it's working.
You have to rub it well and put it on our lips. Share butter tree. Look at that. Share butter tree is this. The fruit is edible, very sweet fruit like mango. Shea butter. Hope you know shea butter, right? Do you use shea butter?
Yes.
Good. This is the tree we get the oil from. But from the seed that is being processed to make the oil, it has to go through a lot of process. It's very difficult. And the fruit is edible. The bark of the tree is medicinal. When you have runny stomach, you cut the bark, boil it and drink. It stops immediately.
Go. But if you won't fit, you can come the same way.
Yeah, this is how the teak tree is looking now. This is the inside. It's a very big space. I've been here a lot of times, but it never gets old. This is how it looks like. Yeah.
Yes. What happened? You didn't go inside.
I did.
I made it.
Planted in 1895. Look at it. Royal palm trees from Florida. They are as old as the cedar trees. From up right to the bottom here. The same palms you saw at the main entrance when you're coming inside. The same palms. That avenue is beautiful than here. India's, Jamaicans, Lebanese and Chinese that eat jackfruit a lot, but we don't eat it here. Here is just waste. Yeah, we don't eat that.
This is how it looks like. If you eat jackfruit, let me know in the comment section, how does it taste like? I hear it's a full meal. Is it true? Let me know in the comment section.
Not make self a sleeping tablet for people who cannot sleep well in the night. Insomnia. When you get dry, you make it to powder, add milk and drink. You'll be able to sleep very well. Sometimes when you put it too much in your food, you feel sleeping. So you don't use it too much, otherwise you're going to sleep. The red one around is called mace. Can you see that? Yeah. Mace, M-A-C-E. They use this to make pepper spray. A lot of women use pepper spray to defend themselves. Yeah, women use that a lot.
So this is a nutmeg tree right here in Ghana, Ebri Botanical Gardens.
This is the nutmeg, the male tree. This is the female tree here. This is another female tree. That is 1:2 together. So without the male, the female will not be able to bear fruit. So this woman here is more closer to the man. It has a lot of fruit on it. This woman here is 50 meters apart from the man. It has only few. Nature understands itself. You get that? This is the real wife to the man.
This is side
Nutmeg, and this is how the fruit looks like. Look closely, it's very orange and yellow there.
This is where we get palm oil from the fruit, the red oil. Red oil from the fruit. This is a tree. Now when we break the shell, there's a nut in the shell, we'll get another oil from that. So basically we get 2 different type of oil from the same palm tree. And I want to break this, you see the nut inside. That one is white nut. It was planted by the British on 23rd March 1924, 99 years old. 99. The leaves is used to prepare okra stew. Look at the leaves. That is what we use to prepare okra stew. You know okra? Okra, good. They seem like okra. We eat the leaves. Now, in the olden days, these were the type of trees that our forefathers used to live inside. They were living in the buttress. See the buttress? This is 1 bedroom. What they do is to put up a tent.
This is an allspice, and it really smells very strong. Like, this would be good for jollof. Yeah.
Oh.
See, it's very strong.
Yeah.
So spicy. So when you come to Ebri, you can also get this plant. So guys, this is the cinnamon plant, and when you even come closer to the tree and you smell it, it really smells like cinnamon. So guys, we just ended the tour here at the Ebri Botanical Gardens. Make it a point to visit here whenever you're in Ghana. There are a lot of tree species here, a lot of spices, a lot to learn about plants here at the Ebri Botanical Gardens. Make it a point to visit here. So we are going to the next stop, and yeah, of course you all are coming along, so let's go. We are currently leaving the Ebri Botanical Gardens to Asinima Waterfalls. It took us 42 minutes drive from Ebri to Asinima Waterfalls. So guys, the next stop is the Asinima Waterfall, which I've also been here before, and it's yeah, this is how it looks like. We are currently in the dry season, which is called the Hamatan. Like, it's very dry, and so in this season you need a lot of moisturizer for your lips, because your lips can get very dry. So I'm not hoping for a full waterfall today because we are currently in the dry season. So fingers crossed to see how it looks like. I have my bikini in my bag, so let's go guys. This is the only waterfall here in Ghana that's the walk is a very short walk. It's actually 5 minutes walk from the entrance to the waterfall. With other waterfalls, it's going to take like 40 minutes walk, 30 minutes walk, 50 minutes walk. So this is a place you can come here with slippers. style. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we took some pictures, we took some videos, we're just chilling here, enjoying the scenery and the water. So this is how it looks like here in Asilima Waterfall. It's so beautiful. So guys, we just ended our short tour here at the Asilima Waterfall. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog. Is this a place you visit whenever you're in Ghana? Say hi. Hi. The way you're all looking at me. So guys, as part of the tour, we're going to end our tour here at the Rage Nest Hotel. We're going to have lunch. Can't get see the location, Ghana GH. If you want to explore Ghana with them, I can assure you that they are amazing and they are fun. So let's go have lunch. Let's go. Everybody is having lunch. You're happy, eh? So we are the only ones having banku and tilapia. I'm very happy about it. I haven't had banku and tilapia in a long time, so this is going down. Is this your first time trying banku?
No, this one is better.
This one is nice. So guys, you're invited. I'm done with lunch. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed my tour here at the eastern region of Ghana. We're currently in the dry season here. And so, yeah, this is how it feels like being in Ghana. This is what it feels like doing activities here in Ghana. Until next time, I want to say thank you so much. And if you are visiting Ghana and you want a tour company, I recommend the location Ghana. Their tour packages are beautiful and very affordable. I love you all. Next time on my next video, still here in the eastern region, I'm going to bring another video here in the eastern region. Stay tuned. I love you all so much.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and left me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Asafotufiami. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Asafotufiami. I want you so bad, Asafotufiami.
Of a goodness rich in milk and butter, in Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
Ejuma bia ye ejuma. E wo said dia wankasa obesomu a obesomu no e na obehu say sika wo na sika ni.
Ejuma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Che bia ne bokra na minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba say obaba de odi ni ko school a. Dachi obeware akotena be ma bi fie. Nsenya de papa bia obeya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa yan ko school.
Ejuma we de me kan kwala o ye ejuma banka o nfa ho ntom. Metuma ka se me de kubebe 1000 pieces be ba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obia me ni wa nkola me say ya me hwa de mpo na hye me kawa pono so say me so me wo nipemu e wanye me hwa de wanhye wanye me hwe onye oba fufura na ni bire afo ho oba bi no Asafotufiami wa boni tena peja no konso me na me ka se ni kombe bu.
This is the hustler story.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
McBerry Twist Cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Movenpick Ambassador Hotel, venue for the National Blue Economy Summit. We are indeed grateful that you honored our invitation. We really look forward to a very impactful ceremony function in the next couple of days. My name is Angela Emefayaboy, and I work for the National Development Planning Commission. I'm honored to MC the first segment of this impactful summit. Before we proceed, I would like to acknowledge some dignitaries in our presence. I would like to acknowledge Professor John Bafo. He is the chairman of the National Development Planning Commission, NDPC. Welcome, Prof. We also have in our midst Her Excellency Ingrid Molstad, Norwegian Ambassador to Ghana. Thank you. We have in our presence also Dr. Eugene Owusu. Dr. Owusu is the Special Advisor to the President on SDGs. We have Dr. Kojo Mensah Abrampa, who is the Director General of the National Development Planning Commission, NDPC. Thank you, you're welcome. We also have Professor Wayne Dunn, who is a sustainability expert. Welcome. This morning, distinguished guests, I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Felix Adoyebo, Deputy Director and Advisor, SDGs Advisory Unit, to give us the welcome note.
Thank you very much, MFA. And once again, a very good morning to you all. On behalf of the SDGs Advisory Unit in the Office of the President, I do warmly welcome you all to the maiden National Blue Economy Summit. And indeed, we are so thrilled to see so many of you here this early morning, especially on a wet morning like this. And we take this as testament of your support and your willingness to partner with us as we embark on revitalizing Ghana's blue economy sector. This summit is made possible through the effective cooperation with our organizing partners, namely the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, the Royal Norwegian Embassy, the UN Development Programme, and the Environmental Protection Agency. We do appreciate the generous support of our sponsors, which include Fidelity Bank, Bank of Ghana, MODEC, the Ochima Environment Foundation, Bulk Oil Storage and Transport, the World Bank, and then Voltec. And then finally, I would also want to say a big thank you to our media partners, and these are Graphic Corporation, Diplomatic Affairs, and then MX TV and ABC News. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this summit is organized under the auspices of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana in his role as a member of the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. And this summit aims at triggering urgent actions to revitalize Ghana's blue economy by highlighting the challenges and opportunities that the ocean provides for us and future generations. Over this two-day summit, we will hear from policymakers, experts, academics, traditional leaders, business champions, and the youth on a wide range of ocean-related issues. Participants would also have the opportunity to contribute to the discussion, and I do encourage you all to be fully engaged in the discussions. With your active participation, we look forward to a really exciting and impactful summit. And we trust that today's summit will not be the end of the journey, but rather the beginning of the journey. And we will work hand in hand with you all to make sure that Ghana's blue economy is indeed revitalized, it is robust, and it works for us all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adoyebo. That was wonderful. I would like to acknowledge all those who have joined us virtually. Thank you very much for joining us. This program is also being streamed online on the Facebook of Ministry of Information and the SDGs. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the first segment of this summit will set the context for the two-day discussions by providing an overview of the state of the ocean for both global and local perspectives, as well as information on two major initiatives. To set the ball rolling is a presentation by Christian Teleki, Director, World Resources Institute and Head of Secretariat, High-Level Panel for a Sustainable Ocean Economy. The presentation is on Our Oceans at a Tipping Point, Protecting Our Ocean to Guarantee Our Collective Prosperity. Christine, are you ready for us? You have the floor, please.
protection.
Thank you very much, Christian. That was a wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you. Indeed, the moment is now. We all have a duty to protect the ocean. Next on the program is a presentation by the a presentation on the state of Ghana's blue economy. And this will be given to us by Professor Kwesi Appianim-Addo, Sustainable Ocean Plan Advisor and Director of the Institute of Environment and Sanitation Studies, University of Ghana. You're welcome. I think you've got there.
Thank you very much, and good morning once again. So I'm presenting on the state of Ghana's blue economy. And in this presentation, so in this presentation, I'll give a brief introduction looking at the state of our ocean and how it relates to the 5 key points of the transformation being spearheaded by the high-level panel, and that is the wealth, the health, the equity, knowledge, and then finance. And I'll also look at the blue economy, the concept, and then also look at opportunities within our ocean. And I'll also talk about the challenges and the key institutions that are spearheading activities within the ocean, and give a conclusion. So what is the state of Ghana's ocean? The state in terms of wealth, our state in terms of health. Our ocean indeed has a lot to provide if we can take good control and good management of the ocean. Seem to have a challenge with it. All right, so we have a lot, the ocean has a lot to offer in terms of wealth, in terms of health, but what do we mean by ocean wealth? So many things within the ocean has the potential to provide jobs, but are we properly harnessing the resources within the ocean? In terms of health, our ocean is indeed suffering. It's suffering as a result of pollution, it's suffering as a result of overfishing, and several activities that are going on within the ocean domain. Yeah. It appears it takes time, okay. So there are several threats within the ocean. And these threats have the potential to prevent us from achieving the blue economy we all aim at achieving. In terms of equity, are we deriving, is everybody getting a share of the resources within the ocean? Are people being left out? In terms of knowledge, are we utilizing the potentials that we have? Are we training people to take good care of the ocean? As an ocean nation, we currently don't have a research vessel. So how are we preparing ourselves to use science as a tool to effectively manage our ocean? How much is going into ocean investment? How are we financing the resources within the ocean and in general the ocean management? So what is the blue economy? The United Nations has defined the blue economy as comprising of a range of economic sectors and related policies that together determine whether the use of ocean resources is sustainable. The World Bank identifies sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihoods and jobs, while preserving the health of the ocean as a definition for the blue economy. The European Commission identifies all economic activities related to oceans, seas, and coasts. It covers a wide range of interlinked, established, and emerging sectors. And then the Center for the Blue Economy in California identifies overall contribution of the oceans to economics as the blue economy, the need to address the environmental and ecological sustainability of the oceans, and the ocean economy as a growth opportunity for both developed and developing countries. The African Union identified the blue economy representing a basis for rational and sustainable and conservation of natural resources, both renewable and non-renewable, and their natural habitats. So in a nutshell, blue economy brings human well-being, social equity, and environmental sustainability into harmony. And this is very important because it serves to preserve the resources within the ocean. Blue economy will bring all on board with the ultimate aim of creating jobs, reducing poverty, and ending hunger. So the key concept underpinning the blue economy is sustainable management, sustainable utilization of resources within the ocean. In Ghana, we have been using the fisheries industry, the coastal tourism, and transportation as key issues within the blue economy space. Fishing is providing a lot of job opportunities. Coastal tourism has the potential to bring in a lot of revenue. And transportation, if well managed, also has the potential to bring in revenue. Beyond this, there are several opportunities, as I mentioned. Fisheries and aquaculture can result in several opportunities, providing jobs for people within the ocean domain. We can also look at biotechnology, where marine pharmaceuticals can be looked at. We can look at marine renewable energy. We are not taking advantage. Ghana happens to experience high currents within the ocean, and this can be harvested to generate power. All these things can provide resource for revenue generation and creating jobs for people. We can also talk about marine coastal tourism. It's a very good sector which has not been explored. And this sector can really rake in a lot of revenue and also create jobs for our people. So as I mentioned, these are opportunities that we can identify within the blue economy space. But let me also say that there are several things going on within the the marine zone. But these activities within the marine zone have a lot of benefit, but some of them are also resulting in challenges that can prevent us from achieving the blue economy. And one that I can mention is sand extraction. Sand extraction has a huge challenge. It's a major challenge within the marine space. Once you extract the sand, you deplete the sediment budget. And once the sediment budget is depleted, definitely can result in challenges such as increased coastal erosion, which can prevent us from achieving the blue economy that we are looking for. So what are the challenges within our blue economy space? Overexploitation of marine resources. We can talk about climate change impact, increasing acidification, increasing sea level rise, resulting in flooding of vulnerable areas, resulting in increasing erosion in vulnerable areas. We can also talk about inadequate infrastructure and technology. This is also a key challenge that can prevent us from achieving the blue economy. Financing and investment opportunities, capacity building and human resource development, lack of effective coordination of key institutions. From the ocean governance study we did, we identified the key institutions, and we also realized that some of their activities, collaborate each other, but there are also activities that are creating challenges. Coordinating these key institutions is a major challenge, if not well taken care of, can prevent us from achieving the blue economy. The key institutions identified include EPA, the Ghana Maritime Authority, the Ghana Navy. All these key institutions play a key role, and bringing them together, working effectively, having a common vision and a common purpose to achieve the blue economy, to make sure that the resources within the ocean are well managed and protected so that the future generation can also come and enjoy what we are enjoying. There is the need for these key institutions to work together. Areas that we identify as challenges, we must address these areas so that they can work together. So what is my take-home message? The take-home message is that let's develop a comprehensive blue economy strategy guided by a sustainable ocean plan. This is critical. We need to develop a strategy, and that strategy must anchor within the sustainable ocean plan that is being developed. And once that is done, we can achieve a lot. Let us strengthen institutional capacity. We need to strengthen the capacity of institutions so that they can perform and work together as a team. Promote private sector engagement. Let's find a way of bringing everybody on board. We should not leave people, everybody should be part of it. And the time to do it is now. The ocean has the potential to provide huge employment opportunities for our people. The ocean has a potential to reduce the poverty level in this country if we can manage the resources within the ocean effectively. Let us invest in research. Yes. Can we use science as feeding policy so that there can be that interaction between science and policy to bring out mechanisms, strategies that can effectively manage our ocean? It is important that we foster collaboration and partnership, and the time to do it is now. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't postpone it. And to be honest with you, as I mentioned, the ocean has the potential to bring in a lot of revenue for our country. The ocean is the future. And if we want the future we are looking for, let us now go back to the ocean and relate to the ocean to the best of our ability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Apieni Mado. That was very insightful. Very, very insightful. I think he deserves another round of applause. Okay, so now we're going to take a short break. Enjoy the video.
The collapse of Ghana's fisheries, with landings of key species, overfishing, small-scale illegal fishing shrinking, fueling the collapse of Ghana's fisheries, with landings of key species, small-scale fishes shrinking every year. In 2015, Ghana committed to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, a right-based action plan aiming to eliminate the 2030 Agenda, reduce inequality, and protect the planet. Action plan aiming to end overfishing and illegal fishing by 2020 and protect has been one of the agenda's goals outlined in Target 14 and illegal fishing by 2020 has been one of the agenda's goals outlined in Target 14 shows that both practices are still taking place, in many cases openly. But evidence shows that both practices are still taking place, in many cases openly.
We have trolling nets, and inside to the sack we have another small net. Trolling nets that make us inside to the sack we have another sometimes they select inside that make us still make label fish. So if we get 2,000 or 2,500, they call the clinic when we come alongside for the vessel. We get 2,000 or and now watch out for Omudi Badadi. Obi Atobi. Now the moon vessels to do so. Omuchi no watch out for Omudi Badadi.
The illegal cycle trade, which fish are caught by industrial trawlers, transshipped at sea to purpose-built canoes, illegal sold at local market fish has been banned in industrial trawlers, but despite being illegal, cycle is still widespread. Local markets has been banned in Ghana, but despite being illegal, cycle is still widespread.
Thank you very much. This video, short video, got me thinking. So we have Mr. Kofi Agboga, Executive Director, HEN Impuano and Chair of SOP Technical Working Group, to give us a presentation on Ghana's Sustainable Ocean Plan, the journey so far.
Good morning. It is my pleasure to be here, and I wish I had the energy of Professor Apieni to do similar delivery. Nevertheless, I'll do my best. And this morning, as the chair of Ghana's Sustainable Ocean Plan, I want to bring to you what we have done so far in terms of getting a plan for Ghana and how this plan will be implemented. I believe sincerely that we have started work already, and the plan is not just going to be a plan on paper, but we will ensure that it is implemented to the fullest. Now, deriving from the high-level panel, Ghana has been able to set up a Sustainable Oceans Plan working group, which is based in the office of the SDGs, in the office of the President, to deliver a plan for Ghana by 2025. This we are working on very seriously. In my presentation, I'll give you an outline first of the presentation that I'm going to make to you, and say that we are deriving a lot of inspiration from the high-level panel to deliver this plan to Ghana. Now, the objectives of our plan deriving from the high-level panel is 1, to enhance humanity's relationship with the ocean, harness the latest ocean technologies and knowledge available, and working with diverse stakeholders to prepare this plan. We also aim at bridging the gap between ocean health and ocean wealth, and also develop a sustainable action agenda that would transition us to an ocean economy. The high-level panel has as the pillar to deliver 100% protection of our ocean. And if you listen to Mr. Teleki, he talks about the 3 Ps: protect, produce, and prosperity. And that is what we aim to present to Ghana by 2025, and subsequently how we implement this plan. At the recent summit in Canada, Ghana also committed to protecting 30% of the ocean by 2030. And the question we ask ourselves, how much of the ocean space have we protected so far? So, why should we have a sustainable ocean plan? It is to optimize the benefits from the various uses of the ocean, whilst balancing economic, social, and environmental imperatives. 2, to map out the marine space for competing uses and designate potential marine protected areas, the so-called marine spatial planning. And thirdly, to create awareness that builds also the capacity of management institutions to manage the ocean resources very well. Now, the Ghana SOP will, among others, provide a framework to reconcile conflicting uses of the ocean and its resources, and to enable long-term sustainable growth of the ocean economy. And 2, to describe policies and mechanisms that facilitate sustainable ocean use and also maximize the benefits of the oceans for the present generation as well as the future. In doing this, we are standing on 3 pillars: inclusivity, integratedness, and an iterative process. Inclusivity, because on the panel or the working group, we have all relevant institutions that has something to do with the oceans to bring on board their expertise and experiences to be able to get the plan for Ghana. Second, we have a cross-cutting approach and mechanism that brings all these institutions together and link the various ocean processes, plans, and information available in a very coherent manner so that it is friendly to use by all institutions that are part of this process. It is iterative because from time to time we will review what we have done, and if there is new knowledge, we'll have to integrate this into the process. Now, how do we plan to deliver this through structures that we have identified? 1, we have the SDG office seated in the office of the President, a technical group has been constituted, which is made up of many institutions that are working in the ocean space in Ghana, and 3, an SOP secretariat is actively working to achieve the Sustainable Ocean Plan delivery. We are also liaising with other partners to be able to support the process, not least the World Bank, the Environmental Defense Fund, UNESCO IOC, the Global Oceans Account Partnership, UNEP, and the rest. The main outputs of the Sustainable Ocean Plan, ladies and gentlemen, will include stakeholder consultations at the sub-national level and also at the national level to bring this information and ideas and initiative to people at the grassroots level, and also take information from them as well as their concerns in order to put it in a frame that will deliver the Sustainable Ocean Plan. We will also include implementation arrangements and rules, as well as a financing framework for the delivery, as well as communications of the plan and its details to communities. We hope that at the end of the process, we will deliver a Sustainable Oceans Plan for Ghana, as well as set up a few marine protected areas that will begin the protection of the ocean, as well as delivering biodiversity, fisheries protection, tourism, and others to our coastal communities. What have we done so far? As Prof mentioned, the Sustainable Ocean Plan, or the governance study, has been completed, which identifies the framework and institutions that look at the ocean space and what they can deliver. A technical working group has been constituted by a number of institutions, EPA, Ghana Maritime Authority, Ghana Regional Maritime University, the oil companies, the navies, you name them, of which I am the chair. We have recruited a coordinator for the secretariat, and we have an advisor who will be advising us on the issues as we go forward. Funding has firmly been secured and work is in progress. Technical discussions are going on, and we are looking at more institutions and financing to ensure that when the process has been completed and the plan has been delivered, there is funding to do the detailed work that is required to protect the oceans and deliver all the goodies to Ghana. We have been able to outline a plan or a roadmap within this short period from now until 2025 to deliver the plan. One, from next week, we are going out to start with the sub-national engagements. And as I said, we will take information to the people about this blue economy and the planning, and also receive information from them. When we have done this, we will do our analysis and also go out there and start professing and sending information about this plan, so at every stage, all persons and communities are aware of the process. From September 2023 to July 2024, we plan to go into the weeds and develop this plan for Ghana. And when this has been done, we have to go back to the people and share with them what is in it. And finally, we will train institutions, communities, CSOs, and the like on how the plan implementation should proceed. So, it is not only a talk shop for us, but we have a plan. As from next week, we are hitting the road. We will start with Accra and Tema, where we will have sub-consultations and move on to Keita the following week. 27th, we will be in the Western region through to 28th, and 29th and 30th, we will be in Cape Coast and Winneba. And we have invited a number of institutions to be part of these sub-national consultations so that we can fertilize ideas and generate a lot of information for the SOP process. We will come back to have our national consultations somewhere late July, and 2 weeks following that, we will have a national validation workshop where we will present to those that we have consulted at the sub-national level what we have found from their consultations for them to validate for us so that the process is seriously tested with feedback loops so that it is not what a friend will say, you just sit in Accra and you put something on paper and you say it is a national plan. We're going to work with communities, traditional authorities, institutions at the local level and the national level to deliver the SOP for Ghana by 2025. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agboga, and thank you for all you're doing to ensure that our oceans are protected. I think we deserve another round of applause. We will now have an overview of Ghana's West Africa Coastal Area Project by Mr. Raymond Ohene Ofori, Deputy Director, Environment, Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation.
That's right. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. I stand on existing protocol and also thank the organizers for their generosity in inviting us to showcase the Waka Resilience Investment Project in Ghana. I make this presentation on behalf of the leadership of the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, although I must say I struggle to fit in their shoes. And also thank the previous speakers for their insightful perspectives. Also by their definition of the blue economy and what the Sustainable Oceans Plan entails. I do not need to go into the technical definition of them. Thank you very much. By way of an outline, I will go through the overview and background, objectives, components, the outcomes, project components, technical basis for the site selection that the project is intervening in, and then the linkages with the Sustainable Oceans Plan. The WACA program is being implemented along the coast of Western Africa from Gabon to Mauritania. WACA Recipe 1, which started in 2018, has 6 countries, and then with the onboarding of Ghana, Guinea-Bissau, and Gambia, under WACA Recipe 2 brings the total to 9 countries, but there are other 3 countries that continue to receive technical assistance and 5 countries earmarked for future engagement under the program. Because specifically we are engaged under the auspices of the SDGs Advisory Unit, I'd like to say that the project aligns with several of the SDGs, including the SDG 13, 14, and 17 on climate action, life below water, and partnerships for the goals. The objective of WACA is to strengthen the resilience of targeted communities and coastal areas in Ghana, particularly to promote the sustainable growth of Ghana's blue economy by restoring coastal ecosystems, especially lagoons and mangroves, protecting coastal communities and assets from erosion and flooding, and supporting coastal livelihoods. What outcomes do we hope to attain? We hope that by the end of the project, it will contribute to mitigation and adaptation measures, which would be implemented at Kole Lagoon, Kita Lagoon, and the Densu Delta to address severe erosion and flooding along the coast. Coastal communities would also have greater resilience to climate change, and this would be attained through a focus on nature-based solutions and restoration of coastal habitats and the protection of coastal livelihoods. A stronger blue economy in Ghana that sustainably manages coastal ecosystems and natural resources and promotes green growth. The project, like many other World Bank projects that you may be familiar with, has 4 components. The strengthening of the regional integration that is across the countries or along the coast of West Africa would form the component 1. And that component 1 is managed at the regional level by the West Africa Economic Monetary Union, that has a steering committee including all of the countries involved in the program and chaired on a rotating basis by countries. The component 2, which deals with the strengthening of the policy and institutional framework of countries, but as well as across all of the regions, the harmonization of the policies and regulations for transboundary coastal management. Component 3 deals with the national physical and social investments, in our case for the 3 sites, which is the Keita Lagoon Complex, the Densu and the Kole Lagoons. And then component 4, which is the national coordination of it. At that, for component 4, so at the governance level, at the country level, the governance arrangement is such that there's a national steering committee which will provide the overall strategic guidance and approve the plans and budgets of the program. And it's also made up of MDAs, including Ministry of Works and Housing, Lands and Natural Resources, and the Coastal Development Authority, amongst others. Also, let me say that it has a representation of CSOs at that level. And then there's a project implementation committee that is housed at the ministry, staffed with the requisite technical expertise to assist the ministry in implementing the project. And then there's a technical committee made up of agencies that have interest in both the coastal but the marine environment as well, including agencies such as Ghana Hydrological Authority, the Forestry Commission, EPA, also CSOs, amongst others. WACA is a 150 million IDA credit facility to the government of Ghana, which would contribute to fiscal and social projects, the coastal policy and institutions, the SOP and marine spatial planning, and plastics and marine pollution. It also has a ProBlue grant, additional grant financing of 5 million that also contributes to the SOP and marine spatial planning, the plastics and marine pollution, as well as the blue carbon and mangroves economy of Ghana. And it does also leverage at Ørsted funding of 8.5 million directly contributing to the blue carbon and mangroves in Ghana. What was the technical basis for the selection of the sites? There was a comprehensive stakeholder mapping that was done across a broad spectrum of actors from policy, security and regulatory, research and academia, conservation, extractive and constructive industries and services. And these wide stakeholder consultations were conducted from 2021 to 2022. That included line ministries, agencies, traditional authorities, civil society, trade groups, etc. And then there was a stringent principle guiding the selection of these sites. The sites, a mapping was done. Thank you. So mapping was done across the coastal landscape of Ghana from Ekwe along the coast, Côte d'Ivoire border to Keji near the Togo border. The technical assessments were conducted and sites selected out of 8 hotspots that were identified. The identified hotspots were further narrowed down to Kole, Densu, and Keta based on a technical objective and a consultative process with specific guiding principles. So, see quickly that, the N1 road, Cape Coast Takoradi Road, was identified as a hotspot. The Winneba Muni Lagoon was identified as a hotspot. The Densu Delta Dansuman area was identified as a hotspot. The Accra-Tema Beach Road roadway was identified as a hotspot. The Songo Lagoon, the Keta Lagoon, the Jita, and as well as the Keta Lagoon East and South were also identified as hotspots. And based on the criteria, it was narrowed down to a site selection of 3 areas, which WACA Recipe 2 is intervening in. So what are the linkages with the Sustainable Oceans Plan? Okay. Through the ProBlue grants, WACA will finance the development of Ghana's SOP. Once the SOP is final, WACA Recipe 2 in Ghana has already allocated part of the IDA financing to implement the SOP and make its findings a reality. The WACA project, which is 155 million, is an investment in Ghana's blue economy, and it's aimed to consolidate and catalyze action across multiple sectors. Additionally, WACA project activities linked directly to the SOP objectives, including developing an integrated coastal and marine management policy, improving coastal and marine habitat regulations, developing blue economy policy framework or strategy, plastic recycling and marine pollution policy and pilots, and implementing the marine spatial planning pilots based on the SOP findings. WACA, although it's promising, it is not the solution to all of Ghana's coastal development challenges. 155 million is not nearly enough to do so. However, the project will demonstrate transformational results. It can then serve as a catalyst for leveraging further investments in Ghana's coastal resilience and blue economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ohene Ofori, for giving us the overview of the WACA project. I think, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that we've earned a well-deserved break. So we will take a 20-minute tea break. We should be back. It's 10:30 now, so we should be back and seated at 10:50. My name is Angela Emefiaboy, and I work at the National Development Planning Commission. You've been such wonderful people today. Thank you so much for having me. It's been an honor and a privilege. Thank you.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Me boga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 CAD for the first transaction. With this Sunday Sika Akofino, download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Asafotufiami. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want want you Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't me call one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
Edwuma bia ye edwuma. E wo se dia wankasa obesomu a obesomu no na obehu se sika wo mo na se sika ni.
Edwuma na me ye minim dia menya wo. Nche bia no bokra na minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba se obaba de odi ni ko school a. Dachi obeware akotena be ma bi fie ntenya de papa bia obeya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa yan ko school.
Edwuma we de me kan kwalo o ye edwuma banka on va on to me. Metuma ka se me de kugebe 1000 pieces be ba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obia me ni wa nkola me say me hwade mpo na hye me kawa pon so say me so me wo nipa mu e wanye me hwade wanhye wanye me hwe onye oba fufura na na ni bire afo ho ba bi no Asafotufiami wa boni tan wa peja no kon so me kwa na me ka se ni kon be bu o.
This is the hustler story.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy!
Oh! McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
And you say, yo, like a true soldier, soul is solo money. Yo.
Hi guys, we are back again, Chale. Today we are in Mamelodi, a city in Pretoria. It is one of the oldest cities in Pretoria, and here to learn history, the culture, and everything this place has to give us. So yes, you are coming along with us. Let's go. So this is the Princess Takeover, and we are currently here. We are exploring the old city here in Pretoria. I'm super excited that I get to learn the history of South Africa. I get to hear the history of Pretoria. So I hope you enjoy watching this vlog with us. Bye.
So my name is Abraham, ne?
I am Abraham.
But here in the township they call me Abza. So
Abza.
You can all call me Abza. Welcome to Mamelodi, guys. Mamelodi, the city of dreams, the home of champions. Those who follow football, they will know.
Mamelodi, Sundown.
Yeah, you know, it's in the map, ne? The city of champions, Mamelodi Sundowns, one of the paramount political figures that is known in South Africa. He's late. He was hanged in 1979. So the people of Mamelodi decided to honor him with this pinicid, and then they combined the Solomon Mahlangu Square with what used to be called as now is City of Tshwane, but that was old Mamelodi Municipal Office. So the story of Mamelodi Municipal Office and the story of Solomon Mahlangu, they saw it befitting to put them together so that they can honor the fallen heroes, because except Solomon Mahlangu never died here. He died at Koshimampuru, but the Mamelodi massacre of 1985 happened here where we are standing. So the people were shot here, they were killed here. There's a huge, what I can call it's a sacred place of political significance to the history and the people of Mamelodi. Amphitheater, you can see. Yeah. So the idea was, when you make a square, you must make something like this. When you have your cultural events, you can all sit here. You can have your group of dancers and performers, or community visitors or meeting. So something that is significant to the royalty or to the clan of Mahlangu, of which they are from Ibukosini. Okay? And then as we pass here, there are little poles, guys, but our story still goes back to what I said is very sad about the story of Solomon, because Solomon died for the youth, but the youth instead they vandalized some of this pinicid. But you are going to see some poles. Those poles, they've got names of the fallen heroes. The fallen heroes, I mean those people who died in November 1985 massacre. So they are still looking for other people. So you'll find some of the poles, they don't have names. So I think they've got a verification committee or something like that. So if they've got those names, they will put them there. But you'll read around when you go around a little caption stories of what happened around here. Solomoni, yo, oh, Solomoni, yo. Isoja wemkondo wesi, awobulala mabunu aseka. Literally meaning he was an MK soldier, and he was the one who was responsible for liberating us, killing the whites, the colonialists, the Boers of Africa. Bon, let's start it again. I'm saying, Solomon, and you say, yo, like a true soldier. Is Solomon, yo, is Solomon, yo, Solomon, yo, Solomon, oh, soldier, kondo esi, yo la bulala mapune Africa, Solomon, yo, Solomon, yo, Solomon, yo, Solomon, yo, Solomon. This place, I told you when we left Solomon Mahlangu that we are going to Motu African Heritage Site. So Ntate Abiana is going to take over.
My name is Ntata Buletseke Kebisaka Abiana. I'm a traditional medicine practitioner. I'm an environmentalist. My practice and belief system is IKS, indigenous knowledge. Why I preach about indigenous knowledge? It is because I want to emphasize that there is this tendency when it's Heritage Month, we tend to wear indigenous clothes and talk our language. After that, we go back to the colonizers' language. A little bit of this history, the history about this area, we are on top of Makhalis Mountain. This is the strip of the mountain start from Rustenburg. It's a mountain that is having quite a number of information in terms of plants. It's a mountain that is having a very powerful history in terms of wars. And as well is a place that we as indigenous knowledge holders, we take it very serious as a sacred place. Like any other place, other places have caves, they don't have mountains. Other places have sea, they don't have mountains. Other places have oceans and so forth. But these places like these are very, very important that to take care of them. We can talk a big English, have a hell of an English and talk about climate change. But if we don't know exactly how to preserve and protect using an indigenous ways of preserving our natural, what you call places, we will always be confronted by this so-called climate change. This area, as you entered down there, it was a dumping area. But it took me, and collectively with it, not forgetting the community that I live in. Why I converted this place into what it is, as I said, it's a sacred place. This place is played a very important role, religiously, culturally, politically, and otherwise. Initiation schools. Politically, I'm a former member of Umkhonto weSizwe. I survived quite a number of things. I was tortured by security forces around between 80 and 85. The worst part of, they came and beat the hell out of me just around here and left me half dead. I was picked up by an old man who took me home. Well, I was a nuisance to the oppressor, of course. But I survived. That was around 80s, I survived. I sat down with myself. Then came the dream from my grandfather who said to me, "You remember the place where you were brutally interrogated by security forces?" I said, "Yes." "Where?" He told me. He said, "Go and clean that place where there is a dumping site." I didn't understand the grandfather. You know, I'm not a dream analyst. Sometimes dreams are so mathematical. And I came to this mountain, I stood around here and watched this place being filthy. And I said, wow, what am I going to do? My grandfather said I must come and build him a house. When you see that tree,
There's something inside there.
this tree, you can see it's like there's a fruit there. That fruit is very important. How did our people manage that? How our elders knew that this is a poisonous plant or this is not the poisonous plant, especially for healing purposes. Our people used to study the animals, what animals eat. So it's very, there are plants that we are sharing with animals. Very nutritious, like that oknapur.
What's the name?
Strychinos. Strychino. Strychino. Yeah,
is the fruit edible?
Yeah, it's an edible fruit.
Okay.
But it's not yet ripe.
This art gallery has got 3 halls. This is the first hall where I share with the artists that I worked with and some of the artists that has exhibited here before. Like one of the Americans was here from Washington in 2016. He exhibited in this hall. And there's the second hall, which is dedicated to my family, and the main hall is at the back. To start with this first hall, I made a research about Mamelodi. These are the blue ones, framed with the blue. The research about Mamelodi, and it started with taking a research from the early days when Mamelodi was not Mamelodi yet. It was still known as Vlakfontein, and this area was a farming place. So Paul Kruger in 1948 bought this area predominantly to build the first township around the city of Tshwane. And he started buying the place from these farmers here, as you can see there. This were the farming area. And then the first structure that he has built is this structure, which is called the Easter Fabrik. As you know, there's a station called Easter Fabrik, which was named after this bricklaying fabric. In order to build something, you need the bricks. So he started by creating the bricklaying fabric. From there now, the first structure was the Mamelodi Rondavels, which is towards the west, which is called the Mamelodi Rondavels. And this was the early days during the constructions. And this were the inspectors coming to inspect the place. And the finished structure was like this, which is a horseshoe kind of structure. Then people started to stay in the structure. Then by announcing that this thatch-roofed houses will be dilapidating in 25 years, the people started to feel that they will be left out, and hence the first Toy in Mamelodi against them to be removed back to the rural areas. And after that, Toy, the permanent structures came in. This is the first area where house number 1 in Mamelodi is. And the area is called A1. It's in the west.
Oh. So I'm currently on an exhibition.
You're on an exhibition?
Yeah.
Oh, what's your name?
My name is Ephraim.
Okay.
So I'm an artist.
Yeah.
I do abstract art. I do portraits, and also I'm still experimenting on other materials.
Wow.
Yeah.
So these are your.
Yeah, this is my works.
Oh, this is very nice. I really like this.
Thanks.
How long does it take you to make something like this?
This one, okay, it depends on the materials.
Okay.
So this one is oil on canvas.
Oil canvas, okay.
Yeah, and the oil takes time to dry.
To dry.
So the process of work can take you up to a month.
Wow. Which is your favorite here?
Oh, my favorite.
Yeah, show me your favorite.
This one is my favorite.
This one is your favorite. Why is it your favorite?
To be honest, it's a simplicity, you know.
It's a very simple.
It's so simple.
Oh, I didn't notice. It's made of cardboard.
Yeah, it's a different materials.
Oh, okay.
So it's a newspaper in a card box, and also well bent.
Okay.
Yeah. I came from Sydney. When I arrived home, because I traveled for about 18 hours, connecting to come here for 18 hours.
Wow.
So my socks were like smelly. And my wife said, keep them outside, please. Then I took those socks outside. The following morning, I decided to make a painting. And I used them for an ox stripe there.
Wow.
those are my...
Your socks.
Yes, my socks, and please don't touch it because I didn't wash it. What do you say?
We're about to end our day with lunch because we are so hungry. I'm so hungry. I can't wait to eat. So yeah, this is going to end this vlog. I'm going to enjoy myself here. So whenever you're around this area and you tour this place, this is also another restaurant you can come. Brings us to the end of this vlog. Gift, come. Yes. So Gift is here from this city, Victoria. What's the name of this town?
So we are in Mamelodi Township today.
Yeah.
That is translated into Mother of Melodies.
That's what it means.
Mamelodi.
Mamelodi.
Yeah, Mother of Melodies. And this is a township that has got great history, as they've seen. You've been vlogging the whole day. And it's one of those places where rich in culture, rich in credibility. It's well known.
Alright, so guys, we ended the day with some ice cream, locally made ice cream, syrup and water. This was a good one. I had a strawberry first, and that's what I'm still having. One thing about South Africa weather, I mean, look at the glow. Just look at the glow. This brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you
Mommy, you can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Exchange rate in unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Asafotufiami. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Asafotufiami. I want you so bad, Asafotufiami.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy!
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Ejuma bia ye ejuma. E wo said the awankasa obesomu a obesomu no e na obehu say sika wo na say sika ni.
Ejuma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Che bia no bokra na minim dia menya wo.
Mi baba say oba ba de odi ni ko school a. Dachi obe ware kwotena be ma bi fie ntinya de papa bia obe ya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa ya ko school.
Ejuma we de mi kan kwalo o ye ejuma banka won fa won to no. Metuma ka me de kugebe 1000 pieces be ba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obia me ni wa won kola me. Say ya me hwa de mpo na hye me kawa po no mu say me so me wo nipa mu e. One him had one ship, one yam she, or no bafra, and a nibre. I found her baby no I was supposed to send what bone tell my pajano consume and I'm casting the combe boo.
That's the hustler story.
Again, Charlie, this is Rwanda, Kigali, the country of 1,000 hills. In today's vlog, we are going to be exploring the city of Kigali in a double-decker bus, and of course, you guys are coming along. I'm here at the tip of the city, and yeah, I can't wait for you all to see the city through my lens. Let's go, guys. Is the capital of Rwanda. It's roughly in the center of the country. The city has numerous hills and valleys. The city of Kigali is one of the 5 provinces of Rwanda. Kigali has been declared as the most beautiful city in Africa and the 3rd greenest city in the world. Every last Saturday of each month, the traffic is stopped for 3 hours to clean the city. Isn't this amazing? let's have a feel of what Rwanda market looks like. So let's go.
Great. Dear Ghana.
Yeah. are currently at their market, and Anaket is here with me. Say hi. So where are we now? What's the name of the market?
So we are now to Kimirongo Market.
Okay, is it a popular market here?
It's a popular market that where you can go and you get everything actually. So it's a mix of a lot of things. Okay. So there are African fabrics, there are food there are actually different things that whatever you need you can find it in Kimirongo Market.
Okay, so since I'm here in Kigali, Rwanda, I have to get something from here at least. You know, anytime I visit a new country, I like to carry something like a souvenir or something. So we are going shopping, but then, and in as much as we are shopping, we are also taking a look of how the place looks like and what to expect when you are here in Kigali market. So he's taking me along, so let's go. Yeah.
Enter to specific things that you choose.
Interest, okay.
Yeah, or the interest. So I will be starting here. So the area.
So this is the food section.
Yeah, this is the food section. People they just arrange the veg together like that.
Do they complain when you film here?
No, when you come to the market like this, when you're tourists, really they don't complain. So they all want to welcome you. Come and buy things here. Come and buy things here.
Okay.
They are sweet potatoes.
Okay.
Yeah. So then they are grown from north, most of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So next to the place where there are gorillas.
Oh, right.
Yes.
That's where we are going soon. So I know you guys are super excited because I am very excited about seeing the gorillas. So we finally got to the section where we can see all the crafts. Oh, this is so beautiful.
So beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, even I like that.
Yeah. So, please ask her how much is this? How much is this?
10,000.
10,000. This is for putting the food and everything on the table.
Oh no, this is for decoration to the wall.
Oh.
Yeah. So
I thought it's the thing that you put your food on.
Yeah. Just this one too. It's putting on the wall. Actually,
this is so beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see.
Things that we can. Yes.
So how much is this?
10.
I'm contemplating on getting something like this.
Like that.
And the good part is you can also hang it on the wall.
On the wall?
Because it has this.
You have that, yes.
So finally decided to get this for my wall deco. Yeah, it's close to something like this. And she says it's 10,000. But then I'm getting it for 8 after negotiation. So yeah, this is what I'm getting.
She's becoming a local at the market because she knows now how to negotiate to the market, to the local market, which is the best.
It's the best, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So they have other beautiful artifacts and we are going to be seeing others soon. So
she's saying add this for 10 if you need it, if you like it. This one.
This one too. She give it to me one. If she give me 2 of this, I'll take it.
2
yes.
of this?
Yes.
Okay.
And you have this one.
I wonder.
I think one of the gift for you. You are making will be the t-shirt.
The t-shirt. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So maybe one of. So when you look at on this t-shirts,
you
will see the picture and the shape of the mountain gorillas.
Okay.
Yeah, the mountain gorillas, they are living in the volcanoes. So when you see this is the highest volcano, so the guy who made this was trying really to figure out, to present about the volcanoes and the home of gorillas, that is where you can see trees and whatever. Where you can see this in Rwanda. That's why he's putting this.
Sister, I'm the next.
Yeah.
Forget me.
And they have to. So how much is this?
Choose after choose. I give you good price.
I'm trying to figure out what I can get for my mom, my sisters, and my friends, and my partner. So yeah. They also have some beautiful earrings here. Since this is the home of gorillas, I'm going to get this for myself and a magnet. So yeah, this is it. They have bigger ones too, like this. How much is this?
15.
15. 15,000 rand. Rand, right?
Yes.
So when you see this gorilla,
yeah,
it's a female.
It's a female because it
it can
has.
hold the baby like this.
Yeah.
So when it's a male, it would have the silver back here.
Like this one.
Like this one. This is a young male.
It's a young male.
It's a young male.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a young male. It's not really. It's a still juvenile.
Yeah, this is also beautiful.
I can show you.
No.
Question that book different things here.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I have a different color.
They have others. Most of the things here at the artifact store are quite similar, but then I'm still contemplating whether to get this type of earring for my sisters. And how much is this earring?
Can you choose? After to choose, I give you a good price.
This one?
Don't worry. Yeah, for first, can you choose this?
How much is this one?
And also, I have like these are table mats.
You said this is made of what?
Grasses.
Grass.
Grasses.
Okay.
Even these are table mats.
Oh, okay. For
It's made
table.
of grasses and coasters. You see, it's a 6 pieces also.
So how much is this for the 6 pieces?
Even a coasters.
How much is this?
20 for
20.
6 piece and that one.
Including this one?
Even
The whole set?
Yes, all set.
This is 20?
Yes.
They have local bags. How much is this bag?
This one?
Yeah.
$25.
25.
Yes. Even like this. All like that model. See? All like this model.
Okay. Yeah. Say cheers.
When you come to the market, like here, everyone will call you, please come and buy here, come and buy here. And sometimes you will find yourself, you end up all the money.
Yes, all the money is gone.
All the money is
but
gone.
then I'm really happy with the things that I got. It was close to almost 360 cedis, which is very okay.
Yes.
Yeah, as gifts. So I'm super happy, and yeah, it's raining, and this is the fruit section. This is how it looks like from here. Are we in the rainy season?
Oh, now we are starting the rain season. This is the end of summer. This is the end of the dry season, and now we are starting the rain season.
Okay, so guys, I realized that they have this. We see it as plantain, but they eat it as banana. So this is banana.
This is a banana. But we have also plantain. Look.
You have plantain. Oh, okay.
Plantain.
But if this is banana, then their banana is so big. Because our banana is small.
Oh, they're small.
Yeah.
So the Rwandan land is fertile. That's
Very
why.
fertile land.
And the people, they know how to grow them very well.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So you grow them here in Kigali or at the north?
Yeah, even all the provinces of Rwanda, so they grow them. But the eastern province, that's where they grow more than the other areas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, just like Ghana. Even in Ghana, the eastern region is also the place that rains a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, does it rain a lot there?
The eastern Rwanda doesn't rain a lot like the north, but it's somehow hot. It's the savanna area.
So it's time to go back to the hotel.
Thank you.